Hello, everybody. Welcome to session number 14 of the Imris Saga. Very special session today because it's my birthday. Congratulations to me.
Not special to us.
Not at all.
Damn.
Nope.
He's
Happy
keeping us
birthday to
here.
Andrew. Extra sass.
He's keeping us in his basement to play D&D.
For some reason,
Where hide you
all
guys?
still on cameras, the basement has so many different rooms.
It's very good lighting down here.
It's a very large basement. Very, multiple rooms. Actually, I think I've been in basements where that could be possible, where there are like 6 different rooms. I'm not
Andrew,
going to say whose basement, but
Andrew, it sounds like you've been in a dungeon. That's just that doesn't sound like a basement.
That meant you've entered a dungeon.
You've been in an underground labyrinth.
not inaccurate.
You know,
Wait.
holy water is really bad against fiend and undead.
Yeah, it is. It's very true.
Wonder why that is, right? Holy water's so bad.
Oh, you mean it's not good?
Yeah.
I think they just don't want the answer to demons to always be buy holy water.
No, that's
Or
fair.
make
I just
holy
think
water.
it's
not
funny
bad.
that it's got like the same damage as well, I guess if you were to throw it as an improvised weapon.
Well, and if you're a
Can
rogue
you-
and stuff,
Could you coat your weapon in holy water? Would that help? I wonder.
You could
yeah.
tinker
I mean,
with your
certainly
sword.
for me it would.
You could
Yeah.
you could tinker with your sword so that in the hilt there's an empty space where you store
My
water.
God.
And
You've made this before. You've made this before
Have I?
already.
Mhm.
Yes, you did this with the flame sword. And you drew it out of the
Flame
hilt and
sword?
applied flame oil on it.
Man, I forgot completely everything about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's drawing it out of the sheath. This is you have a reservoir of water and you put a really detailed etching where a droplet of holy water lasts for 6 seconds going all the way down the blade, and if you make an attack with it. Anyway.
Okay. But this makes me think a sick idea for a hilt or a storage for a weapon that would be magical or something would be an everlasting pool of holy water it rests in when you're not using it or something. You can't pour it out of the hilt or anything.
Like it would
but-
rust. I guess if it's a magic sword.
Yeah, like a mithril coating inside.
Could work.
I gotta do something with that idea at some point. That'd be cool.
Jack had a scabbard of holding one time.
Yeah.
Because otherwise the character couldn't
What happens when you have a
put
gnome
the
with the long
weapon
sword?
on.
I didn't need that before I had a long sword. Yeah, it's my wizard. The shield and sword using wizard.
Yep, with the super high AC. Alright. Well, kind of. Charlie is going to join us hopefully shortly. Which is partially why I've just been letting us talk for a little bit.
Vamping.
But we're going to go ahead and jump in. Those of you who were last time will remember, we're going to start with a fight.
Do you want us to roll initiative?
Here we go. Yeah, nope.
Hey, I just realized we're gonna have to protect that child.
Also,
it's gonna have
Uba
to
is
protect you.
been ordered to follow Ort, so Uba is going to be running around
Yes.
behind Ort.
Fortunately, also, Keller and
There you
Willa changed to Uber.
That is not
You'll get to come
fortunate.
with me.
Okay,
So you're going to
hopefully
have to follow
everybody's
Uba's.
visions are working.
Mine has.
Mine
It's
is.
such a small field of vision. Oh,
Did Alveron point out in which direction the things were?
Alveron didn't tell us anything yet.
I haven't had the chance to. It was literally, hey, hey, Alveron, you see this? Oh, fuck.
Insect.
All right, kids, see you next week.
Yeah, I'm gonna start. Brain effects are a little bit strong.
The literal last thing I have written on my notes, I don't think it's going to come. I don't know if it's going to be visible to you all. but it's literally just all caps. We're surrounded. And
Someone-
that's where my notes and the last session ended.
My character just looks like they're trapped in a pea jar because of the effects, right?
I maybe need to turn down the weather.
The piss
This
jar
is-
scene.
I have no idea where I am in this. I just have a pinprick of light.
Yeah, I
It seems
think
to only be getting worse. It somehow
Yeah,
has gotten more
the
yeah,
weather's
colors.
getting stronger.
You have
Yeah, I
made
can't
it
even
Go
completely.
out and then go back in.
You have
It was-
made
You've angered
completely
something.
unfake.
It was fine at first on
And then
like
you,
the
like-
stream viewer thing, and then you changed something, and now it's just like mud.
I
It
think
was.
I think the problem is that oh, now it's got nothing.
Okay, I've
The
gone back
weather-
and now it's working. The
The
effects
weather
are now
effect
working.
thing is
And I go
seems
back.
more.
No,
finicky.
okay. It seems to be increasing itself again. I went back to it and the weather effects looked perfect.
It's because it's rolling over. So it's
Ah.
like I think when I was doing it, I didn't realize that the intensity would kind of amp up a little bit.
Yeah, see, it seems to. Is it cycling? No, okay, it's a normal now. Now it's good. We're no longer trapped in the pea.
Well, I mean, I can't see my token.
What a wonderful life we live, huh, Sarah?
That's right.
I mean,
Our
to be
DM
fair, our tokens are always the center of this circle.
That's true.
This is true.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it's like
helpful.
not visible.
But we
at all.
couldn't see what else is inside our PP circle if we moved them around in the future.
Can
Sarah,
I
I'm
request
revoking
we-
talking
yeah,
privileges.
Yeah, I'd like the talk of PP circles to end, please.
It's increasing again.
Yeah, like I said, it's because so basically I've colored clouds and made them big and roll over the screen. And I didn't quite realize how. I might just turn it off.
That's probably a good idea.
I'll leave on the dirt,
The
quote
snow
unquote,
effect.
the falling dirt.
It's raining dirt.
I'm just gonna. I guess it's not the worst thing that this has happened because now Charlie has even more time to show up.
See,
Yes,
it's perfect.
It was a nice
Ah.
idea.
Wait, or it looks like that?
That execution. That's the picture
I
that
don't
I'm using.
know.
Or
I don't
just
know why
actual
Ruby is
skin color
apparently
is a little bit different.
fascinated with the map that you have set up for us, Andrew.
She's so
but she
cute.
is.
Dawn,
She is
can you give
so
her a
excited.
little kiss on the head? Can you give her a little kiss on the head? Thank you so
From
much.
Sarah.
All right. Let's
I
roll
love
initiative.
Okay. I was comfortable just talking about Sean's cat for a while. You have to put
No
us in a
active combat
scene, too.
encounter in your currently viewed scene.
There we go. Right. Because I activated. I have to put you all in there.
All right.
Oh, hey, I actually got a good
Oh.
initiative.
Oh, the rolling dice are the most fascinating thing she's ever seen in her life.
I love her. Can you give her another
Really?
kiss?
There we go. I
She's
give her a big
perfect.
smooch.
I actually rolled
Mwah.
decent initiative.
I love her so much. She can do no wrong.
I know.
Are you rolling for
She is-
Sulveran as well?
Only 4 months old. She is so small.
Unless I don't think you guys can actually.
I'll have a look, but
Yeah,
I
I'll do
suspect
it.
I can't.
For now.
I can read everybody's appearance and background.
I've always been able to do that, I think. Because you all have
I don't think Will has anything in that section.
access on.
No, you do.
For,
It has
for
your
vision
entire
purposes,
backstory.
I have to give
You're a
you guys
That's
woman
my
of
entire
mystery.
backstory?
Yes.
That's meant to be secret.
Ah,
I think
Um,
journal
it
entries
was
are kept
before.
secret with background.
Yeah, the biography is because you all have observer status on each other, so because it makes line of sight, not line of sight, but map vision stuff easier.
Yeah, I haven't updated that since before the campaign started. It's an
I mean,
old-
I read it. I read it, and then I
Um,
realized it was nothing you hadn't told us yet. So
yeah, I don't
So-
have any secrets.
Uba is the first
I-
to react. Unfortunately, Uba, you are
Alveron
compelled
sees it
to
happening, and it's just like,
follow Ort.
oh, wait on that.
Where is Ort relative to where I am? Is he north, south, east, or west?
He's I mean, you can see on the map
North.
he's 20 squares above you, like 20 feet in
Actually-
front of you.
Oh, okay, I like just barely can't see him, so
Yeah.
I-
he's-
I suspect that if you can't see the target of your suggestion, then you're not compelled to follow that suggestion. But I don't know what that means. It could be terrible.
Okay.
No, because
that's
you
true.
know where Ort is. Like,
Also, they're roped together, right?
yeah.
yeah.
That makes sense. Because I know that if you can't do your suggestion, you can do whatever you like.
okay. So I guess I can't do my suggestion.
But whatever you like might be to run away.
I mean, again, that's not true because you know where Ort is.
Oh, okay.
Even though you can't
All right.
see them, you know where they are at.
Okay, so
You're
if
not
that's the case,
Physically incapable of. You're not like restrained from following him.
gotcha. Okay, so I'll move up 20 feet. There's Ort. Okay, so I can just barely see.
You actually can't do that because you're
Why not?
all roped together. The most you
Oh,
can
no.
move is 5 feet up
Okay. Okay,
without
that's fine.
interrupting the chain.
Okay, so I moved 5 feet up. I'm gonna cast Hunter's Mark on the one on the left of me, and then I'm gonna use. I guess I'm gonna have to use my bow and arrow. Sorry, Foundry is being a little slow for me. There we go. Can I attack twice with the bow, or is it only with?
Yeah, you have 2 attacks, so you can attack twice anything.
Okay.
Unless it's like something specific, like for instance a
Yeah,
fire.
so this is the one on the left with Hunter's Mark, which is
Let me add
a.
We have disadvantage on all attacks, right?
Yes, you should. I forgot to mention that. Especially
I
with
should roll.
yeah. So we'll take we'll consider the first one to be a 13.
Okay, sounds good. Let me do that again.
Which is
Just a 13
still
hit.
barely a hit.
Okay, so
Okay.
13 and a 12.
Okay, so the first arrow flies out. To go ahead and roll Hunter's Mark damage as well.
Okay. I forget how much my Hunter's Mark is.
Be a
D6.
D6.
Okay. Do. Cool.
So 11 plus, so 16. You kind of urge your scorpion forward a little bit till the rope becomes taut as it can be without pulling Will forward, and you realize you can't really move as much as you'd like in this scenario. Pulling out the longbow, taking a couple shots. The first one, your arrow's like it's kind of flapping in the wind, but it's not that far from you. You think if you were trying to shoot at a long distance, that the storm would make that impossible. Your arrow flies through the creature, leaving a noticeable hole as it does so. The creature reforming afterwards. The second shot that you take is taken by the storm, kind of just lands to the side of the creature.
Yeah, that's the end of my turn then.
Right. Go ahead and open up the turn tracker. Stream as well. Okay. Never hit begin combat. That's okay. And it's Ort's turn. Ort is going to wheel around. Yeah, and he can move up to it because that'll still be 10 within Medea. So Medea, you feel the rope around you turn as you see Ort moving his mount around. For the purposes of this, I'm not going to run the mounts in combat since they're not really war trained, except for Orts. But I'm just going to give Orts the same turn as he has. Medea, obviously, you also can use yours in combat, but same thing. It'll go after you, quote unquote, for attacks and stuff.
Does dismounting cost half your movement or your full movement? I can't remember.
I don't remember. You can look it up while I'm doing Ort's turn.
Okay.
It's one of those two.
I think dismounting is a free action. No,
That's
mounting
definitely
and
wrong.
dismounting both require. Is it?
Definitely not a free action. If it is, that's silly. Ort's sword isn't that.
Ort forgot all his weapons. Oh, Ort. Don't be
I
like
added
Ort.
it. Here we go.
Okay, no, it's half your movement.
Yeah, that sounds correct. All right, here we go. Ort is going to pulling out pulling out this long sword, which suddenly glows slightly with an internal heat to it. He's going to take a swipe at the creature. Yeah. Oh, disadvantage. There. Just barely hitting. Terrible damage. Not adding his strength mod properly, actually. I'll fix that.
Guys, do we get his stuff?
I mean, you could take it if you really want to. 5, so he does 8 points of damage to the creature. Those of you nearby who can, so I think, yeah, Will, Medea, Uba, you can all see that it doesn't seem like Uba's attack was as effective as Ort's, even though you think Uba's attack should have done more damage. Then, as a bonus action, Ort is going to cast Spiritual Weapon. Why it gives me a template.
Yeah.
Well, it just barely misses. You will see a spectral hammer appear in the form of a smith's hammer, striking out at the creature, but unfortunately missing widely. Then going to be this one's turn. It's going to not quite move, not quite fly, but almost glide across the sand towards Alveron.
Nope.
At some point, I had made a note as well to learn people's ACs, like on what armor they're wearing.
What in the good God darn what?
I will cutting words that. And
I will
We'll
tell
just
you
check
it's
them.
not the 46. It was rolling a lot of dice, but it's only 2d6 plus 3.
I will still cutting words it into
Okay.
the chat. Oh man, the first role playing thing to say having to be cutting words is real hard. Will say soon enough the storm will take you. And I'll roll a d8 to see if it matters.
I hope so. Is your dex above a 1? No.
All right.
I really have no concept of people's ACs, which I think is an oversight on my part more than Will's part. But I assume a 10 misses.
Yes, a 10 does miss. I will just say that. I also don't remember. I believe Alveron's got like a 15, 16.
Yeah.
16.
All right, so the creature flies up to you. For a moment, it looks like it's about to swipe across your chest up on the horse. These things aren't super big. They're, maybe a little bit bigger than your average human, but again, they're kind of like floating up. So even you guys on mounts, it's still it can get eye to eye with you. And it's momentarily distracted by Will's words. It gives you enough time to definitely back up, move your horse slightly.
All right.
All right, that's its turn. It's then Alveron's turn.
Indeed, it is. And so it's going to stay on me, right? It's not going to make any movement to get away.
It hasn't yet.
Okay. In that case, then you said it's is it shift to roll with advantage or disadvantage?
Control to roll with disadvantage, shift to roll with advantage.
Roger, that's the one. All right. Really?
Just barely a hit.
All right. And then, sorry, I would have declared, meant to start at combat, adding Hex to it. I apologize. If you want me to forego that until next turn, I can.
I'll give it to you. It's fine. We haven't had that many combats with these characters.
My apologies. Sorry. Yes, Hex is
Even
now
less.
I'm not
Alveron's
using
been-
it for Hex.
firmly on him for now. No, do not consume the spell slot. Oh,
Do that for
is that only 2? Yeah, I think it's only. It only casts his first level for me. That's right.
All right,
Okay.
so 10 damage.
Oh, I apologize because sneak attack should also come
That's
into
correct.
that because no one else was within 5 feet of me. So
6.
an additional 8 damage total on the 8, so 16.
Your rapier as well seems to be damaging these. Not that you would know, but Will, you're glancing about the battlefield. You can see Alveron's rapier seems to be its normal effectiveness. All right. Any movement or anything like that?
I am.
You can only move
No, because I mean,
10
I'm
feet away from. 15 feet away from either Sulveran or Will.
So no, especially because then I'd be also giving up my sneak attack if I get closer to either of them. So just kind of staying exactly where I am. Though I definitely have an eye on this demon if he tries to. No, I mean his turn is already spent up, so he can't make any movement. But okay.
Right.
Yep, that's about it for me.
It's gonna be Will's turn. Man, these demons did not roll super well on initiative.
Also, for the first time, we did roll well.
Mm-hmm.
Will shouts to Alveron, your rapier is doing good work against these demons, and points out something, a floor of some kind, to give you bardic inspiration. And then I will also, at 3rd level, cast Discordant Dysrhythmia on the one that Alveron is fighting.
Okay.
Click, click, click. Hopefully this means it does move away.
What is Discord and Dysrhythmia flavoring of again? I forget.
Dissonance, please. I have clicked the spell, and it was good roll for damage. DC 17 Wisdom save.
Oh,
That's a
okay.
fail. Yes.
Dang.
So it takes 22, and then it, as its reaction, moves away. So you get an attack of opportunity.
Which is still a sneak attack for me because it's not my turn.
Yeah.
So the attack of opportunity can still be a sneak attack.
We are truly
So
the
I will-
greatest combination.
Here we are.
The humans.
You set him up and I knock him down.
I'm not unhappy with also doing 22 to psychic.
So I need to re-roll that to get the other one just to be sure. Is that yes? That should still be good.
Plus your
Alright.
hex too.
And sneak.
Plus the
This is-
hex, which will not consume the spell slot, plus sneak attack.
Let's go.
So
Oh,
12 on top of the base 10.
So 40, so is it 34 damage total? God damn. Nice fucking turn.
That was a fun combo right there.
And you didn't have to use the bardic inspiration.
And I
That'd be
didn't have
better.
to. That was fun.
I don't get to use that spell very often. Normally I have to do other stuff. But I can only really see that.
Dissonant
Oh,
Whispers is a
sorry,
very
that should
fun
not
spell.
have rolled
okay.
a second time.
Okay. Between these two Waver Strikes and the Discord and Dysrhythmia, the creature goes from being almost at full health to being past bloody to looking like it's about to cave. Its form is like kind of wisping away, like the shadows aren't able to maintain themselves. It is still up, however, at least for now.
And it moves its
Um,
full movement.
It's full
away
movement.
from
Okay.
it.
It moves
Nice.
so you guys can't see it.
Unfortunately, that normally means that it can move back, but
All right. Medea, it is now your turn.
Is going to walk up to the one that is next to Ort, and from there I'm still within 10 feet of
Mhm.
Uba and Ort, so I'm fine, right?
Yep.
He is going to crack their neck, and they've been excited to use their spear for a long time against a demon. But first I'm going to use Channel Divinity, Vow of Enmity, so I have advantage, so it cancels out. And I'm going to make 2 attacks against this thing. Assuming both hit.
Yes.
Yep. And then I added the d6 bonus against demons. And I'm going to smite this thing twice as well.
Nice. We love a healthy smite.
I'm going to drop. This is a fiend, so it'll be a 4d8 plus a 3d8 radiant. So 23 points of damage on top of 14 plus 12.
Okay.
And then I believe that is my turn. This thing is also now branded.
Whoa.
So, in spite of everything, the creature is still standing. It seems as though these things are pretty like dark, deep shadows when you look at them. This one, by the blinding of the radiant light and everything, looks like it's wisp thin at this point. Like most of its existence is no longer here. However, it does still just barely remain.
If it matters too, this is from a magical weapon.
I include that.
Yeah.
I took that into consideration. It still has more health than the damage that you did. Not by a lot, by a very small amount.
God, I love playing a paladin when a
That's
demon
Medea's
comes around.
turn.
Damn
Sulveran.
right.
Unfortunately, Charlie is still not here.
One day I'll get a crit.
what's the range for Twilight? The thing that gives us temporary hit points?
It requires sight, so they could only do it really on Alveron.
But if they moved up, there's nobody behind Sulveran, right?
Does it say it requires sight?
You
You have
the
it
way
custom
that we
runs.
rewrote it requires line of sight. in this situation
Okay.
making it much worse. Although normally it is, in some ways better. I
feel like a fairly standard turn for them would just be spiritual weapon and then the one cantrip.
feel like they wanted to do something, but I don't want to do that just in case it's meta on my part. In the sense that I have more information than they might. Something that they would be here by the time we got to their turn. I didn't really think about it. Yeah, I guess I will have them, since it's pretty easy, I'll have them cast. I'll have them move up first. 5, 10.
I'll just ball up together, that would be smart.
Yeah, until they have a fireball. But also, it's just going to take a long time for that to happen.
They'll move there, and then so Medea won't get it, but they'll do Eyes of Night. Or not Eyes of Night, sorry. Twilight Sanctuary. So everybody, I need to fix that so it adds it properly. Everybody gets 8 temp HP except for Medea. I will include Kel in that. Kella. Even though I'm not really going to try to attack them. Unless you all are dead.
Why wouldn't the demons attack the child?
They're not a threat. I'd rather kill the
Yeah,
people who matter.
That's fair.
And then they'll spiritual weapon as bonus action. No. Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, if we're all dead, the demons can leave the child to die in the sandstorm, right?
Or consume its
Right.
soul later on.
I assume the sandstorm does consume
Do
souls.
that as a disadvantage. Still hits. All right. The spiritual weapon does 12 points of damage to the shadow demon it is next to.
Woof, my goof.
Does Radiant seem to be especially effective?
It does seem to be more effective than your other attacks.
Okay.
That's actually a good point. Then the one next to you is dead. I forgot that your spite is radiant.
Yeah.
That would actually kill it.
Okay, so the thing just fucking falls over.
In fact, I should have remembered this. And in the future, you should wait until for your own sake more than mine. In this case, I'm going to give it back to you. You should wait to do your second attack damage, because in some cases you're going to shortchange yourself spite. Because you only needed the one to kill it.
Okay, I will make note of that. These things can be knocked over with a pail of water if the water is made of holy water.
I mean, if you're hitting them with a bucket made of holy water, you're hitting them with the outside of an unsanctified
Also important,
bucket.
because that one was going to go next, and now it doesn't get a turn.
Yes.
Dead.
You need to sanctify your bucket of holy water to make it a good weapon.
The spiritual weapon one is going to move over to Sulveran. Claw attack. Sorry, actually, it's going to do a thing as a bonus action.
It's bonus action. It just seductively licks the spiritual weapon for no reason.
It starts pole dancing on the spiritual weapon.
Let's roll this in person rather than.
Everybody has to make a.
Okay.
Everybody make a wisdom save. A wisdom save.
The creature appears to dive into the sand and vanish, seeming to just blend in with everything. It is then going to move, reappear, and
this stupid bitch.
As an attack. So it's technically attacking out of stealth. making it visual. So it's going to have advantage on this attack. Wow. Still managing to miss with that 1 and a 3.
We'd love to see it.
Will had like the bardic well of cutting words like in her throat, and it just like releases, and she just murmurs "idiot."
It pops up to make a clawing attack at Sulveran, who seemingly is already ready, backs out of the way before it can do anything. This other one going to similarly attempt to it attempts to stealth, but rolls too low to beat anybody's passive. So it is just going to
These things are just unlucky. If they were hitting, they'd be kicking our ass.
Yeah, I'm not rolling very well.
It's only
15.
karma after your previous roll streaks.
Just barely missing Uba there. You dodge out of the way at the very last second, or its claws would grasp you. Then we're back around to your turn.
Okay, I think that I'm probably close enough to fort that I don't need to move. I think I'll just use my emerald dagger.
All right. So you
Is
just
this-
shoulder the bow real quick, pull out your daggers.
Is this the one that Uber shot already?
No, that one is dead.
Ah,
Bad
Oh,
times.
that's annoying.
sad. That's
So I guess
super
I'm assuming this doesn't hit, so I'm
Yeah.
just not going to roll the other dice.
That's just barely missed. So you can go ahead do your second attack. You seem about to strike into its head, but the wind is buffeting at you, and it gives it enough time to back out of the way, just barely. The second one, same thing. You feel like you're should be hitting this creature, but you're just being buffeted by the sandstorm and are unable to connect, much like it was unable to connect with you.
I feel like advantage and disadvantage affects you differently, Marisa. Like,
Yeah,
it's such a penalty for you to have like disadvantage, and such a
Yeah.
bonus to have advantage.
well, I guess I'm not going to do anything. Also, still on par for getting like constantly 20s and 1s.
You
Yeah.
can.
Yeah.
I don't remember if you said you can move your hunter's mark since the other creature died.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll move it on the one that's in front of me. And that's it.
Ort is then going to yell, "Ah, Sulveran!" and move over to here. Actually, they're going to stay where they're at and cast Guiding Bolt at first level.
Yeah, fuck them. Give them a guiding bolt.
Well,
Bloody Kobold.
bad rolls
Show up
affecting
in this
NPCs and enemies.
Show
We're
up
up
in
and
this desert,
struggling.
unable to do anything.
It
Look at the damage rolls,
it
too.
seems
Good
to be
God.
consumed by the storm as the radiant bolt kind of peters out, landing in the sand. Ah, well, that didn't work. This one over here is going to bravely injure one. Suddenly appears next to Will to attack you with advantage.
The one that had to move away from me.
It is.
I'll probably cutting words though.
Okay, well, it's 16.
Oh yes, I'll cutting.
And it would
I'll
be,
cutting words it.
not that you would, I don't think, know this normally, but it would be 17 damage.
Yeah, Will just says Will like slightly leans backwards, and it just cuts, like the claw just cuts straight through her coat. Her like brand new coat that basically hasn't done. Oh no, I'm wearing desert clothes. The desert clothes Medea bought instead of my coat. Great. And says, you missed, but we're not going to miss, and you're going to be dead. And then I'll wait for Alveron to presumably come kill it.
All right, Alveron. Presumably,
You know
you'll go
me
kill it.
so well.
I'm not going to soon.
Alveron, feeling the hex pop up in front of you. Will, you're close enough. You probably would hear, "Oh no, you don't." Come out and move up. Ooh, now I can see more. Ah, we have a Charlie.
You moved, and suddenly Charlie appeared.
Yeah.
Who
Except
knew
in the
that's how we
game.
unlocked it?
I don't know if you got any of the follow-up messages because service was not happy.
I think I just got them.
Okay. Yeah,
I
that
think
would be-
texts from you are just coming through.
Okay.
He showed up to us kicking these demons' ass.
Beautiful. All right. Is Sulveran on the ground yet?
These things
No.
are garbage.
No, I don't think
It's
anybody's
actually
gotten hit,
really
actually.
I feel like we're talking
Okay.
a big game, but it's just started.
Thanks to
Yeah.
thanks to cutting words, nobody has been hit.
Okay.
Yeah, Will's cutting words has been great. Jack's cutting words have been bad.
All right. Well, where are we in the turn order? What is the turn order?
Right now it's Alveron. You are third in line currently.
Okay. Thank you. That gives me time to join and stuff.
I feel like if Will just said bitch, it'd be more effective.
Ah, balls.
Oof.
Lots of, I mean, disadvantage. Lots of ones. You go
You
to
couldn't even.
stab, slash at this creature, but again, much like Uba, you're just being buffeted by the storm. It's getting extra time to react, to dodge out of the way. And though it's on its last legs, it seems to disincorporate and then reincorporate as your sword passes.
Does that count as moving away from me?
No.
I didn't think so.
That was just flavor text.
I thought I would try.
That would be so nice.
The big
Alright.
cat is eating the kitten's cat food.
Outrage. What a
Eh,
bully.
you have
All
your
right,
own
Will, it
food.
is then your turn.
Will watches Alveron strike and sees like the version of the world where it just strikes through and destroys this thing, and then sees the storm like whirl around and take the blade. And I will just again at third level cast Discord and Dysrhythmia on the same one. And this time in its head. The sandstorm, I assume, has like a vague cacophonous sound to it that's always happening. For
Yeah.
a second, I just want that whole sound to stop, and that's what like is meant to trigger it being like, what just happened to me?
Yeah. The cameras are messed up
Third
right now,
level.
but they'll fix once Shirley turns theirs on.
I was just about to ask if that was what you wanted me to do or if you'd got them set up. So
No. I just left
So
them.
please make a wisdom saving throw.
It works when you're not there and I turn the bot camera on, but once you come in, that does no longer works. This is the same one, right?
Yeah.
All their saves are the same. That's fail.
So it takes 13, and if it's still alive, it runs away.
It is not. The cacophonous dysrhythmia that pounds in its head just makes it unable to focus whatever energy that makes up these creatures. Seems to vanish.
And then Will smiles down at Alveron, but with her like left hand leans down and touches the top of Sulveran's head, and says, strike true, friend. But in her accent. I don't know what's happening with my role playing. I'll give Bardic inspiration.
As
It's
the
hard to start role playing in a fight.
as the demonic energy dissipates, just you can see kind of Alveron looks disappointed for a split second, but then one of the wings of another one of the creatures beats, and you can see his eyes flash seafoam green for a second, and the demon right here now For a moment, you could almost get the sense that the dune under its feet were made of waves instead, and my hex transfers to that one.
Nice. All right. It is then going to be Medea's turn. Another one of these creatures falls.
Also, I'm all out of cutting words, so you don't have to wait for me to find out if I'm cutting words.
Medea is all business, and it's just gonna walk up to this next one and start kicking its ass.
And you no longer have Vow of Enmity, I believe, right?
You said 13's hit.
13s do hit, yeah.
Okay, so both of those hit, and then I will roll my blunt one as well. That one misses. And then I'm going to drop 2 more smites on this one as well. We'll see if the second one is necessary though. So it's going to take 10 plus 8. Wow, that is miserably bad rolls.
Yeah, that would not kill it.
And then I'm gonna drop a second one, so another 3d8. Another 8. Wow, just awful rolls.
We're not playing our best game tonight, Sarah. So far.
Look, I
Doesn't
can hit
matter.
things, I just can't do damage.
Still enough to kill it thanks to the radiance damage. That seems to be doing to these creatures made out of shadow. The radiant damage is particularly effective. It kind of flashes in the sandstorm, in the darkness of the sandstorm, burning these creatures as they recoil before fading into nothingness.
He just looks down kind of disappointed and is like, wow, we really are all pushing this.
It's gonna be Sulveran's turn.
Well, it just said be right back.
Oh.
Also, even if this is an example of a fight that we're not doing that well in,
Yeah, true.
I don't want to see when we're doing well, because we haven't gotten hit and 3 of them are dead.
That's fair.
Like,
A fight we
Like, we're
weren't
not
doing well in
rolling
was
great,
that
but the
dragon.
results are still pretty good.
and I
That
don't have
dragon fight.
a concentration slot. Like,
That
Well,
dragon fight easily could have gone another
Yeah.
way.
For now,
It-
I will have the spiritual weapon attack.
did you know, while we're waiting for Charlie, but that spiritual weapons attack, did you know that slow doesn't require sight?
What?
The
It's
point, I
weird.
think, right?
Slow's already a bullshit weapon too.
It's anything within the 6 creatures of your choice within a 40-foot cube.
Also, since Charlie isn't here, would they be able to expend that bardic inspiration here?
They could.
Will would suggest it.
Right. Was it a D8?
Yeah.
I always forget. I don't know why.
You could should just bring the axe down here.
We'll just make
instead.
it hit. I don't know why about to roll.
I think it's funnier that it's an
It's
8.
important to know how well Will's bardic inspiration helped.
Right. The first blow on this creature lands.
I added so far 19 to rolls with 3 uses of bardic inspiration.
We're just having a good day.
Yeah.
I think they're just gonna Sacred Flame because it feels like you guys are winning. I don't think they would spend another slot.
Hmm.
Yeah,
That
just
makes
beat
sense.
this thing's ass.
But it's gonna make a dex roll. Which it fails. So it's actually gonna take that's actually really good. Sacred Flame's good here. A lot of damage. 26 points of damage. I was just telling you, they are
Lord.
vulnerable to radiant damage. This
Hmm.
creature becomes bloodied from that blow. As the Sacred Flame, much like Medea's smite, just washes over a bright flash in the sandstorm. It's then going to be the creature's turn. Creature is going to take a swipe at Uba and then try to leave.
Hmm.
21.
Ouch.
You're going to take 8 points of damage. 8 points of psychic damage. And the creature is going to attempt to flee. You can get an attack of opportunity if you like Uba.
Oh, sure. Do I only get one attack, or do I still get two?
It's one attack for attacks of opportunity for everybody.
Yeah.
Ugh,
I don't. Uba doesn't have
Someday it
inspiration,
won't
do
do
they?
damage.
no.
You again feel it's so close, like your dagger's about to connect when the sandstorm just slows your hand too much, pushing you out of the way. Right.
I have no. I know this isn't
Um,
raw, but my hex was on that creature that just left. Do I feel any sort of connection? Is there any sort of is there any way I can tell where it's off to? Because I would be able to identify if it was in a combat and swirling around. That was the one I had hex on. Be able to keep pursuing it. Does something like that still
Uba
persist?
can do that with Hunter's Mark. I don't believe
Hmm.
Hex gives you that ability.
Okay.
You would know if
Can we
it
ask
died.
Uber which one? Would it be a smart
I would go
idea to misty step towards this thing, or should we just? Because then you'd get out of the ropes too.
I mean, if we're talking about it out of character, you can just have both the clerics guiding bolt this. That doesn't require line of sight. You just can guiding bolt the thing within 120 feet.
Plus,
you're
speaking
at
candidly,
disadvantage,
as a sailor, Alveron is not cutting his rope that connects him to other people. That's suicide.
Yeah.
And that instinct is trained into him pretty well.
Either way,
Wait.
it is currently Uba's turn.
Okay, so does that mean if Uba can still sense where the creature is, could I do a ranged attack, or do I have to be able to actually see it?
You can always make an attempt at a ranged attack. You already have disadvantage, but if you want to pull out your longbow, you most certainly can't do that.
Sure, Uba's gonna try and hit it with the longbow, and I will be shocked if I actually do some damage.
Yeah. Hunter's Mark does tell you where it is and everything.
Did I actually hit it?
Oh yeah.
You loose an arrow
let me-
and it flies through past the point of sight. You're not sure if you hit it.
Okay,
Uba
I
isn't.
need to add
But
Colossus Slayer.
we, as players, I will tell you, it does hit.
Okay. Yeah, let me add Colossus Slayer and Hunter's Mark 2. I don't know if that adds enough to kill it, but
It definitely not, because you're also again not doing as much damage with the longbow. Due to, I will just tell you resistances.
You still get your 2 attacks though.
Yeah, you can attack again if you would like.
okay.
That hits.
Set up. Okay. Should I re-roll the Colossus Slayer and
Yeah, you get
Hunter's
it on
Mark?
every hit.
Okay. Neat.
Right. Your 2 arrows loose, and you feel like they fly straight into true. You don't see the impact, but you feel like you've hit this creature. As you are all kind of not recuperating, but reorganizing yourselves, like you kind of feel like combat's about to end, even though at least there's still one out there. Uba, you suddenly are faced with a larger version of one of these creatures.
Oh,
Unlike the others, seems to tower at least above you. With its form, it is then going to
Shit, that can't be good.
chunky.
Everything's fine. Uber's basically unkillable.
Yeah, it gets 2
Why'd you say it
attacks
out loud?
against you.
Yeah,
Oh,
this thing's about to knock Uba into next week.
Don't ignore how many dice are
Holy.
rolling. It's rolling the
Oh,
2 different things. Although that first one is still bad for you. So
ow.
Uba, you're gonna take 21 plus 12, so 33 points of psychic damage as the creature's claw first just passes through your head, and then the second one coming down. Or sorry, the second one doesn't hit, so it's just 21.
Oh, okay.
oh my
I was paying
god.
too much attention.
Yeah, I was
Good,
definitely
bad.
jinxed there.
The
I'm blooded
the
now.
10 does not hit, but the
Or-
first
You're
one
fine.
Remember
just
your temp
rakes
hit
through
points
you.
too.
Yeah, I do have them. If I didn't, I would be in worse shape.
You just got crit by the big thing and you're alive. Like, you're fine. This is fine.
Is Uba bloody?
Yeah.
Yes, Uba is blooded.
Damn. Damn, that shit sucks.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, this creature is then going to seem to dissipate as though it is disappearing and becoming one with the darkness that surrounds all of you, vanishing presumably somewhere else.
Does it actually move on its turn?
It moved up to
Are
Uba,
you asking?
and then it made its attacks, and then it did something as bonus action.
Didn't
If
have
it didn't
to-
move, I would still see it because it's within blind sight.
Again, it did something as a
Does
bonus
it
action.
not have to
You
take
would
a
not
Okay, yeah.
intrinsically know what that was. It seems to not be in that spot anymore.
Okay.
All right. It's then going to be Ort's turn. Ort is going to turn and say, Uba. And he doesn't have a spell prepared, so he will just cast Cure Wounds.
That's nice of him.
Really feels like the first healer to go after an attack gets to do the stuff, and the other healer's just like, well, I guess fuck us then.
You regain 8 points of HP.
I mean, I feel like Sully watches this happen and is like, that's fine then. I can do something else instead of healing you again, Uba.
It's lucky to be able to do something else, I suppose, Charlie.
If Uba heard that, he's gonna grumble at you.
I mean, if Will said out loud,
Will
the
didn't say
first
anything.
person.
Then going to be Alveron's turn.
Yeah. Right. Making sure I zoom in. So it disappeared in front of Uba, and it hasn't, per my line of sight, hasn't reappeared. Correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. It's just under his shirt. Alveron is feeling that little vial of seawater. Just kind of holding it really, really close to his heart. Doesn't know if it'll do anything right now, but Lord, we need it. Because of that hit that he saw Uba take, he's gonna come up and just move here and just kind of, sword is at the ready, but looking right over at Uba, just kind of doing a battlefield check-in. Like, I know you're not good, but are you okay?
Uba says, "Oh, never better," and probably spits some blood on the ground.
Right. Okay. I guess. I've taken my movement, but I still haven't taken like a proper action, right? So can I go on hold with that?
You can ready an action, so you could ready an
Ready,
attack,
thank you.
for instance, or something else.
I'll do that then. So I've only moved 5, 10, 15. And my old hex is still active. Damn. Okay. But yeah, all right. So I've moved 15, so I've moved half my movement speed, and then I'm readying my attack.
You would also you can only get to here because of the ropes.
Man, okay,
I did do some
gotcha.
cooking.
I'll stay there then.
All right, people aren't in a line anymore, but I'm trying to remember how that was before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Will, this is in your turn.
I guess I'll step slightly forward. Well, I'll motion my horse to the square forward. And then I'll prepare. I'll ready to cast Dispel Magic on the big thing when it appears. And we'll see if that does anything.
Mm. Okay.
It's, I assume I didn't get that like instinct that I could counterspell the bonus action thing it did.
Correct, because what it did was not a spell.
Sure. Then I'll see if I can dispel magic it.
Okay.
And that might have some impact on it. Who knows? I mean, I can't do anything else anyway. So.
Okay, that makes sense. Right, Medea.
I'm going to move around, and if it's ever within 10 feet of me, I believe I reveal it from blind sight. Yes, that's the hope.
Okay. I think that's your movement.
I went from 10 feet, 10 feet, 15, 20, 25. No, I'm going to move to here for my last 5 feet. And I'm going to ready an action to attack this thing if it gets in range.
Okay. You never sense it with your blind sight.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It's no longer in that square as far as you can tell. So it wasn't simply invisible. You don't think.
That makes sense.
Sulveran. Now your turn.
All right. I can't see Medea's token. Is this that gray spot here?
No, they're
Right
just
here.
out of range. Sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're above or
I thought you all had observer access.
No, we can only see our own stuff.
you can if you double click on other people's tokens sometimes. It used to work like that.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it was like a visibility issue or just like a my system issue.
It's the most visibility issue that we've ever had.
Okay. And so when this fellow disappeared, Sulveran, because of his connection with Syl, has like an awareness of invisibility. Did he get the sense that this is something that Syl might reveal to him? Hint, hint, if he used see invisibility? Or did he like watch it like
You can make
dissolve into
an Arcana or a Religion check. I don't think there's any way for you to intuit that, but I mean, it's a demon. You might know something about it.
Or maybe not.
You're not familiar with these creatures. As you kind of actually, you don't see Medea shuffling around. You don't know. You don't think it's invisible, but it could have gone invisible and then moved. It's hard to say. You didn't really get a good look at this creature in the first place.
Okay.
With your limited vision.
Yeah. So having taken that check, can he still ready his action?
Yeah, that's like
Instead
just
of,
a free thing to make a knowledge roll.
Okay. So yeah, I think he. And the last time we saw it, did he have any sense of whether it was bloodied or just still kicking around happy?
The big one hasn't been hit at all. It doesn't seem to be
That was
damaged.
the first time we'd seen it.
Okay. So yeah, he is going to ready an action for a guiding bolt, I think.
Okay.
The moment it appears within, sight and distance.
Alright, begins to. Right. This one is cowardly, so it's just gonna flee. I'm gonna take it out. Because it knows if it jumps back in, it's probably just gonna die.
And can I ask a quick mechanics question too?
Yes.
That shield of his that whenever he charges it up, essentially, that's a bonus action to do that bit, right? He's
I'm forgetting off the
ordained
top of my
shield.
head. Let me double check that.
What's the
I don't
question?
think I had it like specified on my sheet.
It's a mechanics thing on their item.
Ivy homegrown
Enemy
one server.
casting spell. No, it's just something you can do when you cast a spell. So it's a free
Do I
thing
need
you
to
can do.
All right.
You have to say it, I will say, before you roll damage.
Okay.
It's a free thing you can do. Trade a death save.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Free.
it's free. There's
Free.
No,
It
there's
doesn't
no-
cost
there's no
any
trick.
action economy to do.
0 resource lost.
All right, Uba, you are recoiling, but it's your turn. Glancing about, you can still sense the. I guess it would have moved, but you can still sense the other one fleeing off. It seems to be trailing off in the distance now.
Keep shooting at
Okay.
it.
Yeah, I was gonna say at this point, is it like far enough away that I can't hit it anymore?
It's not so far that you're out of your longbow range. But you don't think you're going to have access to it for much longer because you don't think that you're going to be able to shoot at long range in this sandstorm. You think it will just automatically fail. The arrow won't be able to travel that far.
Okay. Yeah, so I think if that's the case, I don't think Uva can do anything now then, because they can't recast the hunter's mark on the other creature because they can't see it. So,
Ready an attack.
Sure. If I ready an attack, like what does that do?
It means that so the way the ready action is supposed to work is you ready an action for a certain trigger. Whenever you guys are saying ready an attack, I'm assuming what your meaning is. I'm readying my attack if something becomes in range.
Oh, okay.
Or readying a spell when something comes in range. But you can also ready other stuff. You can be like, I'm going to ready my action to close the door when the person walks through it, kind of thing.
Okay, so could I say I'm readying a longbow action?
Yeah, for when it comes in range. Okay, sounds good.
I'll do that.
Right, coming back to its turn. It seems to suddenly appear next to Sulveran. Right here.
All right.
Aha,
Well then.
spell magic.
It will get its attack off because it was hiding. I'm revealing it because it's happening, but it was hiding, so it will get its attack before you all go. Attacks, quote unquote. It's 2. These are going to be at advantage.
Damn.
The first one hits, the second one misses. So you're going to take 31 points of psychic damage.
Yeah.
From the first
Right.
hit. As you can just
So
feel this creature penetrate deep into your mind as its claws. They seem to just pass through you. It's not like it's ripping your, armor or flesh apart. But in your mind, you're racked with absolute pain from an unknown source until you realize it suddenly appeared in front of you. So, Uba, you can make your attacks. Will, what was the spell that you readied? I forget.
Dispel magic. It's
Yes.
going to be super effective.
Will, you can do that.
All right, I
And
cast Dispel
Sulveran,
magic.
you can also make your guiding bolt attack.
Do I make a Dispel magic roll? If it's a spell under 3rd level, it just happens.
Did anyone hit the demon yet? I don't think I can
No.
use Colossus Slayer yet.
No.
Okay, so then yeah, this is all I can do.
Yeah, this is kind of all happening at once. I would say order of operations would be Sulveran's attack first, then Will's dispel, then Uba's attack, just because of distance. So if Sulveran hits with their guiding bolt, you can have Colossus Slayer.
Okay, that sounds good. But yeah, my hunter's mark is currently running away, so It's not gonna
No
do
problem.
anything.
Andrew, I just want to make sure I readied the attack action. Am I able to move?
You're not able to move. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Readying a
So-
ranged attack is better, quote unquote, in this circumstance. Yes.
Earlier, I know that Sulveran hit with radiant damage. Did he already get the sense that this critter is like vulnerable to that, or is he like? Does he have a
Yes.
sense that using his shield would make a
Um,
difference?
You did get the sense that the creature was vulnerable. So if you're doing radiant damage, there would be no point. Because it's already vulnerable.
All right.
And resistance and vulnerability don't stack. Although they
Okay.
would cancel each other out.
All right. Then, and you said, is he going first?
Yeah, Sulveran's a damage is going to happen first if you hit.
Okay. All right. Then, in that case, he doesn't. I was going to describe that prettily. Let's not.
Does Sulveran have?
No,
No.
we used it on the spiritual weapon. attack.
Unfortunately, this one's AC is slightly higher, and that is just barely a miss.
All right, and yeah, so you did use my bardic inspiration already.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
everyone else said it was a good idea,
It's fair.
which it was
wasn't
at the
Yeah.
time. I think it killed one.
I
If I remember correctly.
I still think this is fine. Everything is good and fine.
Everything is Gucci Mane.
All right. Okay. Will visually, dispel magic doesn't seem to have a lot of effect at the moment. But you don't see the creature teleport or move again. It seems to stay in spot, so maybe it did something. But you also can't be sure that that was caused by the spell magic.
I'm going to assume that I did.
So Uba, you're gonna do. I forgot to mention this. You only get one attack when you ready an attack action,
Oh, okay. So I guess just the first one.
but you still do 7 points of damage. Halved. So 3.
Okay.
But it is wounded now, which is important. Very, very slightly. It's then going to be Ort's turn. Ort is going to move his spiritual weapon. I don't have a token for. I'm just using this gray block here. Do that. Oops. Advantage. Still hit. Ort does 9 points to this creature. There we go. And is then going to
So are
We'll
both of
also
us
cast
swinging
Guiding
spiritual
Bolt.
weapons around here?
Yes, Ort has also summoned his spiritual weapon. Ort's going to attempt to make a guiding bolt. Also just barely missing. Is it? Again, seems to almost be suppressed by the storm. You're not rolling these spell attacks at disadvantage because it's a spell attack, but unfortunately, it's still not doing quite enough. he's going to say, "Damn," and try to move up a little bit, but doesn't want to move, or can't move rather, too far from Uba, but is going to move to here to perhaps give Medea a chance to move up. Alveron.
I think Sully gives Ort a very knowing look through the clouds of dust at this point. Like,
Man, our clerics are garbage.
Stupid dust.
What if gods actually were helpful? That's what I want.
It wouldn't be our gods, that's for sure.
Well, my god hasn't
All
failed
right.
yet.
so what does Ort's spiritual weapon look like? Sorry.
Ort's is a hammer, a giant smith's hammer.
Nice.
Right. Alveron.
All right. So my plan is I'm going to dart into here, so that I'm within range, like melee range. Use my sneak attack, and then I will be using fancy footwork, which is one of my swashbuckler abilities. I can land a strike and slip away without reprisal, so I'll be able to move in, and I don't need to use the disengage action, and they can't make an attack of opportunity against me. So pop in, attack, sneak attack, and then pop back away out of their range.
Go ahead and make that attack roll.
All right.
Oh yeah, rogues.
Rogues, baby.
That's it.
Right. Okay, and then 6 piercing damage followed with not my best, but not terrible considering the circumstance.
Minus 13 damage to the creature.
Yeah,
You step in, take a stab, and then immediately retreat back out before the creature can even hope to swipe at you.
Yep.
Right. Will, it is then your turn.
And just to make sure it does not use up my bonus or reaction to use that rockish audacity.
It just
Just
happens.
making sure to stay. Yep.
Did you want to do a bonus action? No. Okay.
Will starts to cast Discordant Dysrhythmia, and I'll hold my action till I'll hold the spell till the end of Medea's attacks against the creature.
Okay. Medea.
At second level.
Okay.
Uh,
Good to know.
I want to say it now instead of it just being. Oh, surprise! Second level. Not that it makes a difference.
All right. Sara moves up. Or Medea moves up, rather.
Yep, I'm gonna make my 3 attacks at disadvantage. I'm just gonna try and kick this thing's ass. Dia just looks determined and, if nothing, slightly annoyed by how annoying the storm is making this fight. Their face would normally be anxious in combat like this, but at this point it has just become mildly perturbed by the frustration of fighting in snow. I will
first
throw a
strike
single.
hits. The second ones, however, are just you're completely knocked back. The storm seems to buffet against you as you, after your first hit, extra hard, almost as though it were defending the creature.
It's going to take 9 points of radiant. Again, more ones on these 3d8s. Just
It should
terrible
be
rolls.
4, shouldn't it?
No, because I'm using a first level
right.
spell.
Got it.
Yeah. So it's 9 radiant plus 13 piercing. And then that is my turn.
Okay.
And then my spell happens, and hopefully it runs away.
This attack does seem to wound the creature greatly. However, it is not quite bloodied yet, so it may become so.
A wisdom save, please.
Success.
Damn.
Alright, it takes 4 damage.
4
4 psychic
Even
damage.
demons gotta get lucky sometimes.
Yeah.
God damn, the one time that shit doesn't work.
All right.
Yeah. It's all right. I've got 5 left.
Okay, it's then going to be Sulveran's turn.
All right. So this sucker isn't hexed, is he?
Nope.
All right.
He's got nothing on him.
All right. Yeah.
The
so
Hunter's
yeah.
Mark hex creature is fleeing.
All right. So spiritual weapon is going to just zoom its way right over Will's head. And
Literally on a horse. Just to jump over me.
okay, yeah, I forgot you were on a horse and are also quite tall. It zooms next to you, between you and the horse's head. Is that better?
Yes.
Flies over.
Yes, and he will make the attack with that one. And he can both. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Boop. Nope. Not warding bond. Sorry. So once it's already cast, if I just hit that die again, I can just not consume the spell slot, or
That's correct, yeah.
okay.
There's a little tick thing you can do to make it not consume the spell slot when you cast it.
When you cast it, did you cast it at first level or second level or third? Where did you cast it?
It has to be second level.
Okay, so you cast it at second, right? Not third?
Yeah, I didn't cast it at third. I didn't want to use the.
Yeah, I think it's ever 2 anyway, so I don't think it would help.
You have to cast it at fourth for it to make a difference, anyway.
Yeah, exactly, ever 2.
That hits just barely.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Oh, sorry.
so
you
yeah,
should be
he's-
rolling that at disadvantage. That is
Oh, well, maybe it hits.
melee attack.
And then baby.
Doesn't matter. Still hits.
Right.
Another 8 points of damage.
All right. Is it looking bloodied now?
Not quite. Although it is injured, it has been dealt not an insignificant amount of damage. But its form is still holding steady. It is not, wisping away like the other ones when they were nearing death.
And Uba took a chunk of damage, but Uba, you were the only one that were hit, right? And you were cure
Yeah, that's right.
wounded?
And I'm like fine. I'm not bloodied anymore. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Oh,
Alright.
wonderful.
Then in
Oh,
that
Things
case,
fine.
good and fine.
it's all fine. Everything is good. All right. Yeah, I think this time he's going to just Sacred Flame it.
All right.
It's a dex save.
Crushes it.
Nimble bastard.
It doesn't have a +10. Something is funky in there. Weird. I'll figure that out later. Where that +3 is coming from. Either way, it's a misses.
But then
Yeah, I think as Sulveran misses that
Maybe.
Sacred Flame and it
Yeah.
just completely goes over this creature's head, he just looks over at Medea and how annoyed they are, and he mutters just loud enough to be heard, "I hate the desert."
Yeah, Medea shouldn't have an effect that does that on the token, but
It's a joke.
Oh, so the effect I have that's on my token? I just have a generic one written out that I apply whenever I'm fighting a demon and using the weapon.
right, that's what I'm saying. Your aura of protection isn't actually affecting the tokens. Because that was Jack's
Yeah,
suggestion where
yeah.
the +3 was coming from.
It was a joke.
It could have been. That was my first assumption, actually.
Oh,
Because I mean, so stuff like that is possible in Foundry. Anyways, after Sulveran's Sacred Flame flies over the creatures, it nimbly seems to kind of glide into the sand and then reappear back out. It is then Uba's turn.
Okay, so I think Uba needs to move first because they can't actually see the creature. They're gonna move. Obviously, I have to stay next to it. Oh, there it is. I think they can move up one more. I don't think they can get close enough for the dagger, so they're gonna use their longbow again.
Wow. Well, that hits.
Wow.
Both of those hit.
Okay, so then 2d8s for Colossus Slayer.
Yeah, that's
What the
correct.
fuck is your luck, Marissa? You're fucking possessed.
It's the Colossus Slayer doubles on the crit as well.
That's true.
Oh, does it?
So go ahead, roll
Okay,
another
so
D8.
okay.
And then your hunter's mark too, right?
No, because it's still on that creature that ran away.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You could
Yeah.
spend your bonus action to recast it, but you would use another spell slot.
It's not a bad thing to know where that guy is either.
Yeah, that's fair. Can I do that? I didn't realize I could recast.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, so then would that be
Use a spell slot.
two or
It would be
three?
3d6 because you would also
Oh,
double
Lord.
on the crit.
Okay.
Yeah, just don't forget to remove the spell slot.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Now the creature is bloodied.
Hooray.
Why are you like this?
It seems to be having more trouble maintaining itself. However, as this happens, you all sense a anger from the creature. That kind of a piercing shriek enters your mind. Suddenly, you are all seemingly blinded.
Woof.
As
Okay.
darkness
That's not good.
covers your eyes. Those of you with dark vision cannot see through this.
Uh-oh.
This shit again.
Oh.
And then
Well, hey.
whenever you start your turns in this, I'm going to need you to make wisdom saving throws.
Well, that's not good either.
Everyone but Alveron gets the +3 at least.
Yeah. I still though have I think I have Bardic Inspiration from earlier in the fight, so if necessary, which I would consider this probably necessary. All right, so this is just a wisdom save. Is it still being made at disadvantage?
No, saves aren't at disadvantage.
Okay, cool.
Can
I choose to add Bardic Inspiration after the fact?
You're not making the roll run now, but yes, you can.
Oh, okay.
It's on the start of your turns. Could move. It's going to stay where it's at for now. Should wait.
It just goes from I can't see
Okay.
shit to wow, I can't see shit even more.
Going to no, that's just gonna stay there. I doesn't want to take attacks opportunity, especially not from Medea. Ort, is going to make a wisdom saving throw. Exceeding. So he's still going to take half damage. Or it's going to take 8. He goes, this darkness. Somebody cast light. I don't have it prepared.
And report.
Not that one.
I don't think any of us have powerful enough light sources.
Well, his spiritual weapon can still make an attack, so he'll do that as a bonus action. But we'll have disadvantage.
Damn.
Within wide.
Alright.
He's gonna hold Sacred Flame on the assumption that somebody will dissipate this.
Okay.
He can't
Well-
currently cast it because he can't see.
I have to feed my cat very quickly.
Right,
And-
Alveron.
All right.
Oh,
Making
wait, go on.
sure that I remember how concentration works. Is it a Constitution saving throw versus the damage caused by an attack?
Half
It's
the
half the
damage.
damage or 10, whichever's higher.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
Unless
So
there's
I will make my
some
Wisdom
shenanigans.
saving throw first. Or anything else.
Success. You will take
Does-
13 points of
Does it
damage.
feel like a success?
Does it?
As I just roll a
Yeah,
7,
I
an
mean-
8, a 6, and a 5.
Honestly, with the temporary hit points, like helped quite a lot there. So took the brunt of that. So still an oof magoof, but not as bad as it could have been. I will basically attempt the same thing as I did last time. Close in and go for that attack. Still being made at advantage, correct?
Yes, disadvantage. If not from the
Okay.
storm, then from the darkness.
One of the two. And Bardic Inspiration could still be added to this if it was low, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. Try. 'Cause this is important. Okay.
That's actually a hit.
It's actually a
We'll
hit.
take
Perfect. 6, and it is still a sneak attack.
Yes, that's true.
So, bring this in here. Doot.
That's pretty good. 14, so total
Yeah.
20.
20 points of damage.
Still a 10 to save. I'll go make a con
Yeah.
save. It succeeds,
God
fortunately.
damn. Okay. And then I will exfil just to this spot right here. Using Rockish Audacity or whichever. Yeah, fancy footwork. I apologize. Using fancy footwork.
That's okay.
Um,
Using a thing.
Using swashbuckle.
yes. I swashbuckle my way away from the big angry demon.
Then is it my turn?
Yes. Sorry.
Alright.
That's somebody sent me.
Wisdom save. This has a +3, so that is a save. How much damage do I take? Maximum? 32 points.
All of it.
Halved.
All of it.
Same half of 48.
Andrew, how much damage do I take?
Sorry, I'm replying to people.
Very- Very terrifying.
I'm causing him problems.
8.
Great. I take 8, which is all of my temporary hit points. Thank you, whichever god gives me that. Who even knows at this point? And now, more importantly, my concentration check to see if I continue to concentrate on suggestion.
Do you lose concentration if you get hit on your 10 hit points?
God
It's still damaged,
damn.
so-
Take any attack.
Yeah.
No, I don't forget that. Also, fun fact on today's episode of Jack Learns Which Spells Don't Require Line of Sight, Dissonant Whispers doesn't require line of sight.
It's
So
yeah. They have to be able to hear you.
So I hold that action till I finish hearing Medea, like, frustratedly swing a spear.
All right, Medea. Frustratedly
I'm
swing your
going
spear.
to.
But first
I
make
will
a
be
wisdom save.
frustrated with. I will make you a wisdom save. I'm also polite. They have a. It's a 20. So
All right, you are going to take
10 points.
10 points of
Correct.
psychic damage.
I'm gonna try and kick this thing's ass again. Right.
Hit and 2 misses again.
First,
A lot of
I will
ones.
smite it with my last spell slot. So it's going to be taking 32 points of extra damage.
Pretty
So
good.
still not bad.
Still up. It might save the con, but probably not.
Yeah, it's
That's a
42.
total
It
of-
needs,
Wait, no,
it
so-
needs to make a 21 DC.
So no, it's a 40. Yeah, okay, yeah. It's
Yeah.
41 total.
Yeah.
So it's
So
like a
again,
21.
it could save, but not likely. Okay, yeah. The darkness will drop at this point.
All right.
And then
It's just-
Ord's thing happens first because it drops from the first attack and mine triggers at the end of the third.
Yeah,
It's
if your
relevant-
condition was after Medea's turn, then Ort's thing would go off.
Yeah, it was after the attacks that Medea makes.
Thematically, this just looks like Medea making the spear like glow sheathed in light, and then cutting a hole straight into the sphere of darkness.
Darkness.
Because if it happens in the other order,
The creature saves, so
great. Hiya! Now fail this save though. Elfie, I will feed you. I'm aware of your existence.
that's a fail. This
Okay.
discordant dysrhythmia kills the creature.
I got 2 kills this fight, guys. I did it.
As
Fuck
the
yeah.
demon
High
Hey,
five.
That's what I
Robin.
love to see.
Can I
I feel like
Can I
most get
say
married
that- can I say that for the first time in like forever, it can't hear any of the sand as its brain collapses on itself from the psychic damage? Okay,
Sure,
fine.
that's fine.
I
Not
have to
sure
go
it
feed
has
my
our
cat.
brain.
I'll be back.
It's just shadow. You all
Alright.
collectively look around, wait. You're waiting, expecting another one of these creatures to show up, but it doesn't appear. Only the sand fills your ears.
Wait, but how many hit points are you missing?
I need 13.
I'll pop us over to the characters so you can see
You
where
can.
people are at.
You need 13 hit points.
Yeah.
All right, take them.
Oh. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, that's lay on hands.
That was lay on hands. Okay.
Yep.
Upa is feeling spry and not injured.
Does anybody else need healing?
It kind
I've
of
got
looks
my
like
own
Sulveran does.
Yeah, I don't think.
How
I don't
much?
think. Well, I'm probably
Alright.
way better off on slots than you are currently, unless you.
I can just lay on hands. So you take 13 hit points.
Okay, yeah, he will
I think-
happily take her.
Upa's gonna run over because I think you still need more than 13.
Yeah,
Right.
definitely. Sulveran's just like kind of looking himself over, and he's like got that very visual, like he's deciding if he can keep going, or if he needs to stop and tend to his wounds.
Okay, I think that Upa is going to run over really excitedly, especially because they didn't get knocked down this fight, and is gonna try and do cure wounds at 2nd level spell slot.
Nice.
Hmm.
And is like, look,
I can heal too. Look, guys, I'm helpful.
That was actually pretty good healing.
So what does this look like? Because I know we talked about it a bit.
Yeah, so I think that there will be like silver light that comes out of Uba's hands. Charlie and I talked about Uba potentially leaving marks on themselves, but I don't think they're going to leave a mark of healing on Sulveran. They're just going to have silver light come out and heal up your wounds.
Yeah, so I think he's going to like just stare down at Uba, like quite surprised for a moment. And then he's gonna like duck his head, and like when he turns, it's almost so that like nobody else can is looking at him. He's just like meeting Uba's gaze, and he just slightly smiles again, kind of like when Uba didn't die in that other battle. Just the barest lift of one corner of his lip, like.
I think if Uba knew how to make it sting a little, they might have done that as payback, but they don't know how.
Yeah. He just claps Uba on the shoulder and he says, "Well done," and straightens up. And I think he is going to hold off on tending to the last bit of his wounds, where when Uba does not see him, and he's going to like he's still like walking like he's fine, but he could still use some additional.
Uba thinks that they've completely healed Sulveran and is very proud of that.
Will kind of looks around and notices, probably knew at the time that Alveron took a little bit of damage, and we'll just begin to hum, and then it's probably not even audible over the sound of the storm, but I'll healing word Alveron.
Pretend for some reason that I didn't think he said bees and got really confused.
I will.
Alveron gains so much
no
more than
offense.
necessary.
No offense to Will, Jack, but that perception check wasn't official. It was just like for me to see if I I'm just gonna choose to interpret it that I was looking at myself at the time, like when that came through, and when healing word came through, and noticed the healing just in the nick of time, just to look over, see, and assume it was probably you, but also knows enough about you at this point that if you're keeping quiet, it's for a reason. So just kind of.
It was more that Will sings for healing word, and the sandstorm probably masks most of that.
Okay. So maybe Alveron saw your lips move towards the end, just gives that little nod of thanks, and then goes back to oiling their sword and looking around in the middle of this sandstorm.
Will waves and then tries to like marshal everybody to actually continue moving onwards.
Yeah, like we need to get going.
Like,
I'll start talking with Ort and like get out the compass and stuff to find our direction.
All right. Do you still want Ort to make the survival roll?
Yeah, I'll give him advantage.
I got kind of turned around, but I'm pretty sure we were heading in this direction.
I'll double check with my navigator's tools and whatnot, but otherwise follow him.
Is it the direction that Will's horse is facing? Because Will pointedly never moved her horse's like direction.
I think I would want you to make an animal handling check if you wanted that to be the case, because you were like flipping around between targets in battle.
I'll make the animal handling check because I think it's funny. It's so rare
like
that roll is that I'm bad at.
You definitely tried to keep your horse facing one way, but you were turning and like doing stuff with your hands and not able to hold onto the reins the whole time. And the horse probably took a couple steps here and there, also because there was demons about it, so you weren't able to keep it facing that same direction the whole time. You would know.
Bloody horses. If only it was a ship. They're reliable.
As is known. Okay. Does the navigator's tools help at all? Or is that just wrapped in the survival advantage?
I was just wrapping that in the survival
Okay.
check. I mean, you know, directions, so
Okay.
I will take that into consideration. You have a compass. You are assuming it's working correctly.
Just follow all.
You all regroup and sort of reform the line. Thankfully, your ropes were never cut or broken. Nobody stepped out of that, and you begin to make your way forward again. You all feel maybe slightly calmer than you did before the fight. Strangely, no longer as worried about what might be lurking in here, as you were able to take care of it, although still concerned about what might lie ahead. Pushing onward, you eventually seem to come to a point where the storm begins to lessen. And lessen, until you can see 30 feet away, 100 feet away, almost without issue. And as you do so, you come up to a ridge. As you all look down, you see a city set around an oasis with a stream running through it. Where the water source comes from seems to be off somewhere in the north, or perhaps from underground somewhere. It's a large city, at least as large as Tal'Losinan or even Karad. Not as large, to those of you who are well traveled, as some of the larger cities. It's not as large as Roms or Twinport, but it is a very large city indeed. However, you see no people, no signs of life down there. It is still and quiet, except for the wind and the sounds of the sandstorm behind you. Looking down from the ridge, you can see paths that lead to the city. There are from where you've exited, there is some buildings kind of down at the edge of the ridge where you're standing. They just seem like old houses, outcroppings here. They don't seem in terrible condition for how old you assume them to be. Beyond that, there is the oasis itself. It turns into water. You can see channels where there are canals within the city. If you had boats, you could travel along that way, or you could swim down it. You can also see off to the left a little bit more buildings, larger buildings. One in particular is a large square stone building that seems to tower above the rest in that direction. You can also see in the middle of the oasis there is an island where what looks to be some kind of complex sits. There are other larger interesting buildings. You see what seems to be an arena or an amphitheater of some kind. Off to the north there are a number of medium-sized buildings that could be commercial, or at least have once been commercial in purpose. Off on the far side from where you're standing is a large tower, which stands higher than almost any other building in the city. Even from your vantage point, you can tell that the city has not been lived in some time. Many of the buildings are have holes in the roofs or are crumbling a little bit. You can see bridges which once connected the island, which seems to hold perhaps the palace. Those bridges are all destroyed except for one, which is on the far north side from where you are. Will, if you would like to, you can make me an Arcana check.
I will. Give me 1 second.
I will also say there is sand immediately where you are standing, but down The oasis seems to be depressed slightly in the ground. Down there, it is lush. There's lots of plants, lots of trees, different kinds of bushes, and various other things. You see flowers growing at the edge of the shoreline. And it would be beautiful if not for the decay around you.
My Arcana check was a 12.
Okay. You're kind of looking about, trying to see if you can detect, sense whatever barrier might be preventing the teleportation. You know it must be there, but it isn't visually available. You don't see like some of the signs that sometimes you can use to visually see magic without having to cast any spells aren't there. And importantly, if you look around, you seem to be in the eye of the sandstorm. The sandstorm rages around the city, but not in it.
And we're out of the sandstorm now?
Yes, you have exited the sandstorm. After
What time
it's currently morning. You had to travel almost through the night.
Yeah.
And you exited it. So you all are fairly tired. You have not had a long rest, really, since entering the sandstorm the previous afternoon.
Will looks to Medea and Ort and says, I think it's probably best if we find somewhere to camp before we decide what to do next. I mean, right now we've achieved our goal and what we were employed for.
Is there an area around the city that's also not like swept by wind? Like a sort of like outer. You said there are like roads leading in. Are they also consumed by the storm slightly? Or is it like a hard cutoff?
They're consumed by the sandstorm slightly, I will say. There isn't really a hard cutoff. You guys are kind of still in the storm a little bit. The storm doesn't fully dissipate unless you're down, like if you would have to leave the ridge and get down to where the city is.
Do we want to try and camp near the city, or do we have any way to make camp that wouldn't get us swamped by the winds? Sulveran, before you came here, you had said you had something.
Sulveran's going to indicate the city. We can camp as well here as we would there. Mordain will provide us shelter. Secure shelter. Enough for all of us.
Uba and Alveron, both of the spells that were cast on you have worn off. You don't want to camp near the sandstorm. You would rather take your chances in the city.
Gotcha. Staring longingly at the water.
It does look really refreshing, actually. The water that you're carrying, while nice, is not particularly fresh. It's been sitting in jugs and bottles. This down there looks cool and pleasant, good enough for a swim. It's clear and blue.
Do we have the ability? What was it we failed before? Was it a wisdom save?
It was a wisdom save, yeah.
Do we have the ability to try to remake that roll now that the circumstances have changed a bit?
You wouldn't. I would say if you fully left the sandstorm and re-entered, I would allow you to remake the roll.
Okay.
I think that Uba is just going to say, why would we make camp up here in this ridiculous sandstorm? And they gesture at it angrily. When there's cool, nice water right down there that we could be enjoying right now.
Alveron is taking a drink from his canteen and just eyeing the clear pool. And when the water touches his tongue, just kind of rinses his mouth out and just spits it out and caps it, and is just looking at that crisp Brita level water sitting right there.
Will just looks at Media and Ort, like she doesn't care where they camp, just that's what they should be prioritizing.
Should we try and set up camp? What did Sulveran say about their thing they have as well? Sorry, my brain blanked.
That's enough shelter for everyone. and that it will serve as well up on the shelf of rock as it would in the city. I think whenever Alveron kind of like indicates the like city itself, I think he is going to add, it seems something is taking great pains to keep us out of there. I
I
don't
think we
know.
I think we should camp up on this shelf. Perhaps a little farther back, but if we go below but not in the city, things can watch us from a height and attack us from ranges we might not be able to reach. Or we push into the city and find somewhere safe in there. Either way, I think those would be the two least dangerous spots from what we know. Does Ort have an opinion?
Well, I would think that we should move in and perhaps secure one of those houses down there. Although if Sulveran can cast magic to protect us up here, that's fine with me as well.
So, Varen, what kind of magic is it that you're using to protect us when we camp?
Above board, it's Leomund's tiny hut.
Okay.
On character level, Sulveran is just going to like indicate Medea, and then he's going to indicate each one of them.
Yeah.
A tent that will not falter.
I think I know what you mean.
Oh, like that hut spell. Where do you make a hut?
A yurt,
Um,
thank you.
If we have that, I would prefer to camp up here.
If we're using a long-term magic is quite easy to detect as well, if you're the right kind of person. Roughly how far away is like the nearest house?
Not very. Maybe 100 yards or so. Oh, what, 90
But
meters?
downwards.
That Uba is going to interject and say it would be much safer to hide in a house than to just be sitting out in the open where people could see us.
We can just vote if you like. Will's pulling out her stones.
Yeah.
This one where we send our votes to Andrew.
I
Yeah.
think we could. Okay.
But
If you guys want to do it that way.
I like the habit of doing it for stuff that is like we're like a little bit split. I feel like we could talk for 10 more minutes and come up with something. But I think the vote makes it quicker. I don't give Ort a stone. No, I do give Ort a stone.
Like
Do you give
blatantly
the
don't give
child a
guy
stone?
vote.
No, Keller doesn't get a vote. Like,
Okay, that's good.
unless Keller starts
Waste
weighing in
of
on the
nice
debate.
stone.
Keller
I
can have
don't-
a stone. I'm not going to count it.
Okay.
Are we
think
still doing it as
Kella
a
is
whisper roll?
Happy for
Andrew?
you guys to decide. You haven't left the storm. I'm going to say Uba and Alveron. You have to say that you want to go down there.
Oh, I was gonna vote that way.
Yeah, I was going to.
I
anyway
figured
as
you
well.
would, but yeah, that's why I didn't say anything until you asked.
I like the idea
Because
of
you
one of
both
them
are
had
good
sent
enough
you
at
the
role playing
opposite.
that you would do that.
They sent you the opposite, and then they still find their
That'd be
hand filled
fun.
with the stone.
While we're doing this, why don't we go ahead and take a break because it is about that time and come back in 10 minutes. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
All right,
I'm
come
good
back
with
with our
that.
votes in.
Yes, with your votes in.
With our vote to go
Sounds
to the
good
house.
to me.
All right. See you all in just about 10 minutes.
A 2.
What am I missing? Hold on. Just realized
Ort.
I only wrote. No, I voted for it. Oh, Alveron never messaged me.
Yes, I did. I'm looking at it right now. I sent a whisper.
Oh,
to
you
the
put
game
it
master.
in Foundry. Everybody else did Discord.
Why
Oh,
are you
I'm so
always
sorry.
trying to use Foundry, Sean?
Because
You
it's
gotta
where
use
we
two
roll
things.
back. We roll in the one place. We message in that same place. It's not complicated. I don't know why the rest of you can't get it through your thick skulls. I know. I'm the one at fault here. Don't
The best
mistake
part
me.
is that I agree with you, but I can't not message in Discord.
I love Marisa did a literal goddamn spit take.
That's funny.
There was
Alright.
a twinge of this motherfucker when they did that.
Okay, let's let Andrew tell
No,
us.
no, continue. Medea voted stay. Everyone else except for Ort voted to go down. Ort
Okay.
also voted to do. I wrote down stay, but Ort more was voting to do tiny hut, really, just to stay here.
See magic.
All right, so you
Does
all
it-
reveal your stones. There it says, "Well,
All right.
yes, we're going down."
Oh, before we go down, does anybody have any sort of magic detection or invisibility detection, something like that we can use to prepare?
Um,
Will pulls out like from the bag of holding this extremely long piece of silk, and like is rifling through the silk, and then finds like a very ornate arcane writing of a spell, and says, this is detect magic. I can't cast it, but it's here."
I can cast detect magic. It's just gonna take some time. I didn't prepare it like that.
Do we want to wait for detect magic?
Sure, let's watch
Also,
Cleric do a ritual.
Uba pipes up and says, I can also give us pass without a trace, just so we can be extra quiet and don't tip anyone off when we go into the city.
Why don't we do that now while I'm casting this spell?
Yeah,
How long does it take the spell to be cast?
10 minutes
10 minutes.
Oh,
10
okay,
minutes
yeah.
and 6 seconds.
into 6 seconds.
Okay, yeah.
The 6 seconds could be really relevant.
Importantly,
At the 10-minute and 5-second mark, the shadow demon
Will
comes
punch.
back.
Will keeps perfect time for 10 minutes and 5 seconds and punches Maple Orton in the
It
face.
fucking gives him a new,
It doesn't.
but it does -1 damage.
Yeah, it doesn't
It's
do
fucking
anything.
good.
all right. Ort kind of sits down and pulls out. Oh, the stream dropped for a second. Okay. Yeah, Ort pulls out a small piece of lead, carved with a symbol of Cordal on it, and sits and kind of holds out in front of him and begins to slowly chant in a divine language. He does this for about 10 minutes before you kind of see a small flash as he pops open his eyes again. He says, "Whoa! Yeah. Well, there's lots of magic around. I think most of that's coming from that storm back there, though. That's pretty powerful stuff. Down below, there seems to be some barrier, probably the teleportation thing. It seems to radiate right to the edge of the storm and way above the sky. Kind of like casts a glance around. I don't see anything else nearby, but it does only go out to 30 feet.
All right. Well, we should sneakily head down and try and make our way into the nearest house. If we can secure that, it's a place that we can rest and It'll be a bit easier.
I'll keep my
Right.
magic eyes open for the 10 minutes that this lasts. You guys all begin to make your way heading down the ridge. It's not that far, like I said, but you do have to kind of pick your way a little bit so that you don't all slide down, especially with all the animals. You eventually come down to the bottom after about a half hour of walking. And by the time you get down there, you're fully out of the storm. Alveron and Uba, you both feel a great deal of relief now that you are in the city proper. There's a number of buildings over here. They seem like nicer houses. They're not huge. They're not like mansions or anything, but like villas. This is a large beachy area with a significant amount of water. So you all think about perhaps this was a nicer part of town, a little bit away from the noise at one point in time. Now again, most of the buildings are no longer as nice as they were, although most are still standing, majority intact, made out of good strong stone. Down here, out of the wind, not a lot of erosion. Probably helped by the fact that the sandstorm is keeping sand out of the city, incidentally. Looking around, can whoever would like to make me an investigation check. If nobody, actually no, never mind. I was gonna say or assists, but he can't. He's dumb.
If it's okay, I can make the investigation check.
Yeah, I will give you advantage.
Yep. An 11. Good God, just horrible rolls tonight.
You look
Thank God
about.
she needs it.
You don't see anything particularly amiss. You all were perhaps expecting more something, but nothing greets you. You don't see any creatures about. You poke your head inside one house. It seems clear as you glance about. You think to check the houses around it. They all seem empty as well.
We have not rolled above a 10 in 6 rolls.
I should have rolled the investigation check for that reason, because I have been rolling garbage and mine would have been good.
Yeah. Okay.
The house is a
So
nice.
we found-
It's a You find the house that you found. Most of the houses around here they're all visually somewhat distinct, but they're similar in size and makeup. The house that you find is a 2-story house, which has its roof intact, all 4 walls. There's furniture inside, but it's kind of been tossed and smashed long ago. There's no door on the door frame. But otherwise, it's perfectly livable.
Would I know historically if people managed to get out of the city before it sort of became lost?
Yeah, you would know that because logically, because the survivors went on to live in Tal'Losinan and Tal'Tergas. I don't think you need to make a check for that. You would just know that intuitively.
Okay.
Andrew, would you be alright if I made a perception check just around the dwelling, just looking for anything either amiss or anything just awry?
Okay. You cast your eyes about, more trying to glance around for movement, anything like that, anything that you might not be aware of, but from a search. Looking about, you don't see anything in the area. It seems very still, but with the 21, you do kind of get the sense of a presence in the city. Although it's quiet and you don't see any people, you feel like there are other creatures here. That almost at any second you're waiting for something to pop out, but it never does. That you're waiting for somebody to walk down the street, but they never do. But you definitely don't see anything. You
When
don't
you describe this,
hear
does it feel
anything.
malevolent?
At times it does, but most of the time it feels ambivalent to you.
Is it fair to say, like, if you've ever lived in a major city, like people are constantly going by your door. Sometimes they're loud and shouting and causing a ruckus. Most of the time, they're just walking by peacefully, going about their business. Does it feel like there's just life going on past me? Is that kind of what you're describing? Or am I reading into it too much?
I would say it's a similar sort of feeling. It's almost the absence of that is particularly noticeable to you.
Is it the feeling of a city when you're in lockdown and there's actually nobody in the city, and you go to a place that normally has 1,000 people,
Kind of.
like every block,
Kind
and suddenly
of.
there's no one?
Yeah, but even
Will, that's too topical. That's too topical. I'm gonna need you to.
it's a little bit more heightened than that. Almost as if there are people there, you just can't see or feel
Ghosts.
their presence.
It's ghosts.
Can I use Divine Sense to see if they're undead or whatever, but also is this place desecrated or consecrated?
You spend some time to do Divine Sense. I think it'll take very long.
Yeah, but I want to hear Alveron tell us about all these ghosts he's sensing.
All these ghosties. You do. I'm forgetting now. Do you have to pick, or it's just all of them?
All of them.
For what?
Divine Sense,
For
it's just
Divine
all
Sense.
of them.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'll put it in chat.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just check.
And I'll use it in 2 different rooms in the house.
Double check. I think desecration is a very specific thing.
While these two are having strange experiences with ghosts, oh, go ahead. I thought you'd take longer looking your thing up.
No, I was just double checking something. The area immediately around you is not desecrated in any of the homes. You smell. You sense the presence of. Let me be very particular about the way I'm saying this. There have been fiends in the area recently, or perhaps often, but there's not one around at the moment. As far as you can tell.
Flavor Medea is just sniffing around like a dog. Like, you can audibly hear it, and then Medea will like report back and be like, demons have definitely come through here frequently. It's not desecrated, but they've come here.
Have they passed through, or have they imprinted themselves?
I can only tell that they've been here several times.
You do also have a sense of a very light sense of the undead about you.
It also
it's not like a it's like weak spirits are around. They're not strong enough to really manifest themselves strongly, but you can feel that this place is somewhat haunted.
I want to give you a pitch as to what it might be similar to. Is there like a Day of the Dead equivalent in Imris? One of the days is, right?
There is. There's
definitely. Does it smell like that kind of like on that day in a graveyard?
Yeah, it kind of smells like a graveyard, I would say, is the best kind of thing, particularly on one of those holy days.
Okay. You will say, this smells faintly of ghosts. I guess the unliving, but it's stronger than background, but not so strong as to feel like some great and powerful entity.
It almost
Sweet.
feels like a
graveyard.
or an ancient battlefield.
Yeah. Okay. Or ancient battlefield. Lots of people who have died or have been buried, almost.
Hmm.
You think? I suspect being in a city that none have walked in. Well, none that I mean good for the world have walked in for many years will always put something a little bit out of kilter. Um, if we're to stay here in this house, we should stay in the upper floor and leave the bottom floor as untouched as possible. It's easier to defend a smaller area.
Would I
If
know any
we-
ritual? Andrew, could I do a ritual, like a variation of ceremony to appease the spirits in the house?
You could try. Or you could ask Sulveran to do it. It would just be a religion check here.
I'll ask Sulveran, and I'll give them some holy water to do it with, if it helps. And see if maybe we can sort of
If you
curry
use
their
the holy
favor.
water, I'll give you advantage on the check.
Yep, I'll give
Does it get consumed? if
Yeah,
I
yeah.
do
I
so?
mean, like if you use it.
I will give Sulveran and ask them if they could do something to perhaps appease the dead of this place, or allow them to know that we don't mean any like malicious harm here.
I think Sulveran's going to take the holy water and like look at it thoughtfully. Um, has has Alveron? Because I know that he's traded that water a couple of times, and I know we talked about a shared scene, but I can't remember if we actually did see like his water exchanges. All I know is that we know that he's a cleric, or not a cleric. He almost went down that path.
This is
You
Medea's holy water, right?
Yeah, this is Medea's
correct.
holy water.
Just in future, if it ever comes up again, I don't think any of you have ever been there while he was doing that. You might know that it's a thing with an appropriate religion check, but you don't know that Alveron it has been going about doing that specifically.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's a just for like full clarification, it's not like it's some sort of secret. Like he actively practices and participates in this religion. So if you're familiar at all with that religion, it wouldn't be surprising to you that he, as a sailor, does this. I do want to check. We met. So I did also receive from Nana a bottle of blessed water, which is a bottle of holy water. Um, so I do have my own holy water on top of the. So this is important for everyone's perspective. The vial of water, of blessed water that I exchange, is not holy water technically. It's not fully blessed. It's not fully consecrated or whatever else. It's just a personal religious memento. But at last foray into the church, I did get a bottle of actual holy water. So I do have that on me.
Yeah.
And if needed, I can give that to the good of the group, of course. That's
I will
what it's
have
for.
I will have told the group too. I did bring like 5 whole bottles. I used one, but I would still have 3 if Sulveran used.
All right. And then my second question is this. I feel like a place that is often frozen pretty cold may not have the same traditions of holy water, but I don't know. Like, does everywhere in Imris have like a holy water tradition? Is Sulveran like used to using this kind of thing?
That's a good question.
I think you still are familiar with holy water, but powdered silver is often a substitute in places where water commonly freezes, if you can find it, or silver in general.
I feel like obviously you have liquid water to drink, but like holy ice or holy snow doesn't have quite the same ring to it.
Right.
So yeah, I guess he will take the he's going to take that from he's going to take that from Medea, kind of carefully and thoughtfully, kind of shake it back and forth, and then shrug and well, I assume the rest of you have my back, so to speak, and he is not going to hesitate before going inside to begin. And you said just a straight up religion check.
Yeah.
Should have
Yeah.
brought bags of salt.
So as he takes this holy water, he probably like he uncorks it, like sort of sniffs it thoughtfully, and then he's just almost like just kind of muttering to himself, and then occasionally muttering something to Mordain as he does so. Bit of an odd offering, but hopefully you'll appreciate it. All in Gathite. Um, and then he's like muttering to the spirits, and it's the same sort of, would you please leave us to rest for the night? Sort of kind of not very formal.
Will is, as always, fascinated with the lack of formality of how Sulveran speaks to Mordain.
Medea will also offer the spirits 3 platinum pieces.
Hey, take this money, spirits.
Doesn't affect the roll, but good to know. It's a
Actual
nice
offer.
thought.
Yeah, like give.
Yeah, yeah.
Did we talk about the ritual? Like, did Medea talk to us about what the ritual was, or just us? So,
Medea asks Sulveran to perform a ritual, and in private is leaving the spirits like 3 platinum pieces as a known offering.
okay, okay. Then we'll just watch this ritual, I guess.
And yeah, Sulveran just like was like told to do a thing, so he's just doing the thing. And presumably he does the thing through any place that folks would walk through, and he like focuses on the stairwell since Will had said out loud that we were going to go upstairs with it, spend this upper space as well. And as he's going, he's like muttering. This time, he like as he passes by Will. Now he lowers his voice, suddenly realizing that Will can hear him and understand everything that he's saying. Probably the first time that he notices that Will can understand his prayers.
Well, if Sulveran's no longer speaking loudly enough for Will to hear, then will set to preparing upstairs to be like a more livable space.
Ball's in your court, Charlie, whenever you want to make the roll.
It I didn't realize I hadn't rolled. Sorry, I wasn't staring at it.
Just like waiting.
Like I clicked it and then just got distracted by something else. I had full tunnel vision going on over here. Oh,
19. All right.
Always shocks me the
It should be with
the modifiers
wisdom,
that
but
certain people have.
that's right. I always forget that by default, religion is an intelligence check.
yeah.
So we'll
Yeah,
say
you
that
like
that's actually a
tiny-
24.
Oh.
Sorry, that's not right. Sorry, a 27. Significantly better. Because your wisdom is +5. And your int is +0. Okay. You busy yourself kind of asking the spirits to go to rest, to not bother you, that you are passing through, not attempting to disturb them.
He's just reminding them that they're in the grave.
Right. You do feel some of this spiritual energy kind of convulse upon your ritual, and then almost like an inhale and then an exhale, and the presence seems to die down in this area, at least in this house.
I know that he could tell that Medea was doing the sniff out. Could he tell anything from I think Alveron was the other one who mentioned like discomfort, or did he see anything like of Alveron's discomfort with the spirits?
You're a little bit quiet, by the way. You would, well, Alveron at least, you would feel not quite as discomforted anymore. So if it was visibly making you discomforted, then Sulveran would know.
I think it would be more of like visibly disquieted. Yes, it would take the form of Alveron almost having his head like half cocked as if he's trying to listen to a conversation in the next room, but there's not even a next room to be listening to type thing. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
So there's that kind of disquiet. I feel like I should be hearing something, but I'm not. But I also know there's something there. And that's the vibe that Alveron is giving off.
All right. So for Medea, he will nod in a very much "I have done what you've asked of me" sort of way. But to Alveron, he wanders over and lowly tells him, "I have done what I can. They are still," shakes his hand, "but I think it will be all right."
Alveron is not convinced, but you are, and that means something to me. So you might see Alveron like, no, sorry, that would be out of character. Alveron is going to kind of sit cross-legged on the floor, still kind of listening, just sword across his lap, and fidgeting just a little bit.
I roll divine sense again as well. Tell Alveron. I can tell Alveron it's better.
Yeah, the area of the house no longer has that feeling to you once you do divine sense. Of
I will-
this spiritual presence in the house.
I will put a shoulder on Alveron, or a hand on Alveron's shoulder and say, from what I can tell, the undead go to rest, at least for now. Yeah. Quite certain.
And I just kind of look up at them kind of slowly for a moment, and then, what about the ones that haven't died?
Well, they might still be here, but no ritual we could do would ever appease.
Uh,
Alveron's just gonna nod his head and then sheath his sword and then begin to do something that's actually practical, because that kind of takes my mind off of it. So taking that same perception check forward, Andrew, if that's all right, I'll just kind of check around inside of the area. This can just be for flavor. This doesn't have to be anything mechanical.
That's fine.
But going in and like checking windows and making sure that there's some sort of piece of wood against them as sort of a window bar, or just doing little, even cosmetic things that actually do something to reinforce, rather than just sitting there playing with his sword like he was initially doing.
If he's doing that, then Sulveran is going to be taking notice, and he is going to join him briefly, just long enough. He is giving his vigilant blessing, but he's also just saying a few words for him, and then he just kind of almost just elbows him lightly, to pass on Mordane's blessing, and it's with the comment of, if you are to be our watchman again, and then he just walks away without another word. And so you have advantage on your next initiative roll.
Okay, thank you.
Can I also ask, is there any salt in the house?
I'm just gonna keep using that investigation check. You don't find any. If there was once
Okay.
any, it might have been taken. It might have been moved. You don't know.
Do you ask that out loud?
Yeah, I will ask that out loud as Medea starts searching.
I look over at Will and then just kind of take my seawater, my saltwater vial off my neck, and I'll toss it over to you. And you can use salt for protection. There.
I was hoping more powdered form, so we could lay it across the doors in case something disturbs.
I mean, it's a pretty large vial. Like, don't get it wrong.
Mhm.
But if you need to make this comes down to the power of belief, I guess. But if you believe you need to have an unbroken line, that's one thing. But if it's the intentionality of making the salt line with the water, it's up to you.
Can I
Make
make an Arcana or Religion check just for Will to know whether or not salt does anything to stop these types of demons that we've been seeing from crossing a threshold?
Yeah, I'll accept either.
Sure. No matter what the result of this is, Will's not going to say anything and just going to let people go around securing this area how they like. But I want to know.
Looked into demons specifically. Would I know if that's effective?
Um, you would have to make a roll. That you can just
Religion?
intuit immediately. So you know that it wouldn't, if you're worried about shadow demons, specifically, it wouldn't help because they could just move through the walls. So unless you were to place the circle all the way around, even if they were affected by it, they could get around it that way.
Okay. In that case,
I'm not.
I will...
This is to Will, not to Medea. Again, you would have to make your own roll to know this.
Okay.
For other kinds of demons, it can be effective, but if it's a particularly powerful demon, they oftentimes can brush by it. But if you're worried about imps or lesser types of demons, like a quasit or something like that, you would think it would probably protect you against. What's the one I'm thinking of? Yeah, stuff like that. Like lower level demons are affected by salt, not as much the higher level ones. So it's not useless, but hollow or something like that.
Anything
would
that
be
makes
more
someone
effective.
feel secure in the place that they're going to sleep is good from Will's point of view. But Will goes back to directing Kala in setting up stuff upstairs, and has been this whole time talking to Kala about the flightiness of religious types and how they sometimes get caught up in their own things. And if Uber is nearby, we'll include Uber in the conversation.
People will happily participate.
Medea will take not all of the bottle, just enough to cover the front door entrance, and pour a little line of salt water over it.
Okay.
And make a prayer to the gods to let them rest safe.
While
Medea
all this is
hated
going
gods.
on,
Is that not a real thing?
Medea
Ortiz started to prepare. Ortiz started to prepare camp a little bit. Camp, quote unquote.
Medea may not like. May in fact secretly have issues with them. He does know they also don't like demons. They're here to kill demons.
Gods do like demons.
They do?
Yeah,
Evil ones.
the ones that use demons.
Well, I'm not praying to the evil god. Assume the good ones. And then I'll hand it back to Alveron. Start helping him set up barricading windows. All that.
Okay, I'll take it back. Just kind of graciously, okay. It does have salt. and then just kind of clip it back onto my my necklace, and it takes a moment to just kind of put it back into the folds of the layers of clothing, and then just continue on with the different parts. I do make sure to mention again the bottle of actual holy water
Mhm.
that I do have, but I presume you're already tracking it. Like
Yeah.
you already would know that I have that on me. But I just mention it kind of passing aside, just to draw attention to, this is just the salt. This is just, my personal practice. But for true potency, just kind of pull it out. And if you need this, just let me know. And then tuck it back away again.
Did Medea do their prayer in front of everyone, or was it
Yeah.
like the? Okay, yeah. In that case, Sulveran doesn't say anything, but like everyone was out of character just now. He is definitely like giving Medea the squint, since one of the things that he definitely recalls Medea saying to them is that the gods had no hand in their meeting, and so he just squints at them steadily for a while before going up to see what he can do to support others. Does that sound better, Andrew?
Yeah, it sounds more
Okay.
normal.
Yeah.
Sulveran,
I
come join our discussion about the flightiness of religious types.
He looks up and looks at himself and kind of over at Ort and then walks over.
I don't know about
I do not
Sulveran,
fly
but
well. I
I
am very
can't
heavy.
fly. Yeah, see? We can't fly.
Keller knowingly, Will winks at Keller, being like, "This is what I'm talking about. These people are idiots." But all in one wink. Gotta use that 20 charisma to convey winks.
Oops on.
Your charisma is higher based on how often you wake.
Mm-hmm.
You guys, so this is a long rest, right?
Yeah.
You guys,
And I guess we'll set up guard as well.
yes, I was just about to ask that. You guys get ready to settle in for the night, or rather the afternoon, as the case may be. What is the watch order going to be?
I think Alveron is probably running a little high on nerves and anxiousness. I prefer first watch until I feel like there's nothing going on. Then I'll feel comfortable handing that off to the next person if no one has any objections.
Are we doing single watch? Because I think if we're doing doubles, Uba actually might want to watch with Alveron.
There are, not including Calandra, 6 of you.
Yeah, we'll suggest 2 people. Like, it makes the watch more pleasant.
Uba's going to volunteer to go with Alveron as well. Uba is also very scared of the idea of ghosts because ghosts are probably very difficult to stab. So the idea of angry ghosts is
Okay.
probably going to keep Uba awake anyway.
They can't go through doors. They're not fire.
Uba has no clue. Uba's never encountered ghosts ever.
6 people, you would have to have at least 2 of the watches be one person, right? Because you need 4 watches.
Not necessarily.
You can do longer watches, right?
Yeah, it just
Is that
means
you?
that it's going to take more than 8 hours
Okay.
for everybody to get fully rested.
I have no problem with taking more than 8 hours.
It would be a 12-hour watch then, wouldn't it?
No, it would be
Yeah,
10.
but we
Okay,
probably also don't want to do anything till
Morning anyway.
like it's morning, so we probably don't want to be doing stuff during the night here. So we've got till tomorrow morning anyway.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Plus, there's nothing that says you can't, like, after your long rest is done, you can't have, like, downtime.
Yeah.
Until morning and we're doing stuff. So if you want to do something productive, I mean, more productive than just a rest or preparation. Like, there's no reason that you can't. It's just occurring during other people's long rest.
Yeah, we can do 4-hour watches for 12 hours and then be awake, like in the early morning, preparing for the day and stuff like that, which is not a bad thing. People have spells to prepare. I imagine I've heard of preparation spellcasters in my life.
Yeah, and you can do, it's like, I believe is my memory, 2 hours of watch in an 8-hour rest without breaking that. Extending that, if you just take everybody gets an extra hour of rest, you can do that. But we'll say 12 hours to make it easy. All right, who's on second watch then?
I don't have anybody to talk to, like, specifically, so we'll go with Ort. If everyone's fine with that, and then Medea and Sulveran can take the last watch.
Well, they'd be third watch, and then the fourth watch would be Alveron and Uba again, because they'd have finished.
No.
No, once we've finished a long time.
It's not that complicated.
Well,
You're just all doing equal watches.
Okay.
We're not really worrying about how much time you're sleeping, quote unquote, because you're just doing an extra long rest.
And then once like those three are finished, we're doing other stuff, but we can still have people on watch while we're waiting for day to come.
Oh.
Okay, cool. I just need to know for purposes.
Murder.
I'm sure everything will be fine and nothing bad will happen during this rest.
That's
I assume
actually the
we-
tagline of the city. Nothing bad happens, and everything will go in here.
I assume we didn't level up from that fight in the
No,
sandstorm.
I would have told you. Fortunately not.
It's just I want to be able to cast mage armor on Kel. Like,
It would be nice.
Yeah.
You all kind of settle in, take some time as best you can. There's not like a ton of stuff to fortify, but you do what you can with what you have to make this area a little bit more secure. And you begin to rest. You all bed down, eat what provisions that you have. Probably, I don't know if Will or Ort will cook, I imagine.
I mean, Will can cook. Will can't cook, but Will is better at cooking than any other person that can't cook.
Yeah. Ort's not bad. Ort knows how to cook.
Then Ort can cook.
Right, Ort will cook. And you all begin to rest. Alveron and Uba, although the initial hours of your watch are spent somewhat nervously, maybe jumping at shadows, not leering, but hearing outside every time the wind picks up a little bit too hard. You're a little bit jumpy. But after 2 hours, everything is quiet and you begin to relax slowly a little bit more. The adrenaline starts to fade. You're out of the storm. You're in what feels to be a safe, seemingly secure spot. And before too long, your watch is up. You move to wake Will and Ort. In yourselves, you go to rest.
All
Will.
right.
All right, go ahead.
Just Andrew, just for flavor, Alveron is going to kind of pull the stopper out of the bottle, dab a single finger into the top, touch it to his tongue, stopper it, and then tuck it back under. And it's just kind of that's when you're at harsh seas. You remind yourself of calmer seas because whatever is in the bottle is going to be calmer than the ocean around you. And that's just your way of bringing a little peace to home. And that's what he does and falls blissfully asleep.
All right. You do this as Will and Ort begin their watch. Ort spends most of the watch kind of just, looking about. Doesn't seem overly bothered by the current situation. And at some point, we'll ask you, Will, so I know we're here to disable the teleportation field if we can, or leave. We haven't really talked about this, but what's the plan from here on out?
Will
Or what do you think,
We'll kind of-
anyways? I'm curious.
Will kind of laughs a little bit and says, well, probably while we're waiting in the morning, there'll be an enormously long discussion about what we should do next. and
Right.
then we'll walk down the road further into the city and see what happens.
Okay.
I don't
Sounds good.
really have much of an instinct on where the object blocking the teleportation would be, and the Cynthia kind of made it seem like maybe this would be out of our depth. But of course, she doesn't know anything that's in here, so we
This
could
is
get very
true.
lucky. We could be far more powerful than she gave us credit for. What kind of shrugs? But I would not be surprised if there comes a time when we decide to leave and come back and do the
Okay.
other thing later.
I didn't want to. Well, I didn't mention it in front of everybody else because it didn't seem that important at the moment. But that I might tell you since you have the dispel scroll. It seemed to me from when I was detecting magic that the source of the anti-teleportation field was coming from fairly central in the city. I imagine somewhere in the palace that we saw, or whatever it was on that island. It looked like a palace to me.
That would certainly make sense. Will thinks for a second. Seems likely that all paths would lead there. Also, there's artifacts and treasure
Mm.
that apparently are here. Which
Yes,
would
I
be
did see what looked to be some temples or something to the north. That tower over there looks suspiciously wizardly.
Will just has like a flash of like, well, I want to go there, but then is overtaken again by her relatively serious personality. And says, well, perhaps it would be best if we were to spend some time scoping around the palace. If we notice there's some kind of large demonic force, it would be centered there most likely, and we could be walking into something that we can't deal with. So maybe if we around the outside go through, maybe there's artisan quarters, things like that. Then we could, I suppose, also check out the wizard tower and the temples.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So maybe tomorrow we'll spend the day scouting around the outside of the city and slowly move our way in. If we can find a source of food in here, make that easier. Otherwise, we have to leave based on when our provisions are.
I did see lots of plants, though particular nothing edible, just lots of greens. I can make some food, some water, if we need, although that will be using up my spells, which might be better used in combat.
It might be a good idea to, if we're at the end of the evening and you have the capacity to still cast those spells, use that instead of using our rations.
Yes. The food that I can make is only good for 1 day. So if the plan is to do that, better to start early. Although we have enough provisions to stay here for a few days and still make the return journey.
And every day we can use your magic, saves us, or adds an extra day of rations that we can use. We did it for dinner, and then breakfast, lunch, and then maybe cast it again the next day.
I will warn you, it's pretty bland. Yeah, magic food doesn't taste great. At least not at the level I'm capable of making it.
Or I was once a 12-year-old cabin girl on a Gathite ship, and I don't particularly care for Gathite cuisine, or I didn't then. Do you know how bad bread can be? If you've got bread that's stale enough, anything is better than that.
This is
Also,
true.
I can just press the digitate taste onto it.
Yeah. That will help.
The power of magic. Magical food with magical taste.
Good. I will back you in this plan of scouting.
Oh, thank you. Will, I said that sarcastically. Will is always thankful for someone listening to her. Yeah, I like your idea.
You kind of continue to chat about this and that random things over the course of the next 4 hours, but eventually your watch 2 ends and you wake Medea, Sulveran for them to take their watch. The two of you wake up. By this point, it is dark outside. You kind of wait in the passing, the moon up above, but seemingly distant as you've ever felt it be before, even though it doesn't visually seem any farther away.
About no people, except ones I like.
Can you say that last part again? You were a little bit fuzzy on my end.
He says, quite like this place. It's got no people except for ones I like.
I think Laura looks at the small group of people and then outside, and things that aren't people.
Well, no city is perfect. But when I go outside to the street, it didn't seem to be accosted by anyone trying to tell me something, which is a benefit in favor. And they seem to have eliminated poverty here.
Yes. A incredible solution. Silver's just like kind of like looking side-eyed at her and at them, and then he just goes back to staring off. Like, he's very good at doing like quiet watches, and he enjoys talking, but he's also just very good at just being like silent and
Yeah.
sleepy and enjoying that distant moon, which he's a little perplexed by. It's actually probably makes him a little uncomfortable, since his whole recent connections to Syl. So I think he's probably contemplating the moon grimly.
Then he is going to pull out their weaver's tools and practice on it through their walk. Like,
I think automatically, while still paying attention to the rest of the stuff, like Sulveran has been used to like being used for like hands for this kind of thing to steady things, and from when Medea was helping or teaching him before, and so he's just going to like start like offering fingers to hold down bits of thread, that kind of deal.
Yeah, Medea's going to try and like make like a little knit out the moon.
A little what?
Like a little like what do you call it, like crochet of the moon scarf.
Should have had you do this earlier, but whoever, one amongst your group, can you make me a stealth check to see how well you kind of prepared the building against visual sight and stuff like that?
Would that probably be Uba would be the best?
I'd imagine Alveron.
You or Alveron, I don't know off the top of my head.
Because Alveron was doing all the preparing.
I think Alveron has expertise.
Yeah, I mean, so I can definitely make a stealth check for this. Like, will that fit?
Yep, go ahead.
All right.
You have advantage because Uba. I imagine Uba would be.
Oh. I will just roll it a second time.
Oh, give us a good roll.
Massive difference. Okay.
There we go.
Here we go.
Good thing I said that, because that made all the difference, actually.
A little bit of a difference right there, Andrew. I can imagine.
Sulveran and Medea. At some point in your watch, probably at this point, no, it's probably a little bit before Uba and Alveron would start waking up. The two of you hear in the distance a howl, bone-chilling in its sound. Ooh.
Do I recognize what beast manner of monster this is? A nature survival check, maybe?
You could try to make a nature check.
Okay. Good God. I just have not gotten a single good roll.
It sounds somewhere between a wolf and a dog, but there's something behind it. Some almost like cry in the voice. It is not quite right. There's a dissonance to it that is not present
I know
in a
wolf-
normal animal.
Do I know werewolves exist?
You've heard of them.
Medea's first thought is a fucking werewolf. Medea will look to Sulveran and say, that doesn't sound like it's entirely beast.
Both of you make me perception checks as you
Oh boy.
look around, trying to locate the source of this.
Rolled above a
All right, well.
5.
Medea, you frantically look here and there for the signs of a werewolf, any hulking, lumbering creatures, but you see none. Sulveran, however, as you throw your eyes about, there's a subtle glow here and there in the distance, and you see a it's a wolf-sized creature, fully black, almost like a large hound, but in its rib cage and its throat, there's a soft red glow. You can see snarling teeth and beady red eyes as the creature is. It looks almost like slightly emaciated, like it's being kept hungry. And you can see it's got wicked long claws and what seems to be a nasty bite. It raises its head, sniffs the air, and you can see 2 more lope up next to it and kind of glance about. And then they continue on their way, walking down the streets as though they are patrolling along. Go ahead and make me a religion check. Religion or Arcana.
Does Sulveran point this out?
Oh yeah, so like I was letting him work through. So as like Medea, probably based on Medea's pronouncement at first, is Medea starting to get that like whole frantic battle face on?
Yeah, Medea doesn't look incredibly uncomfortable. They just have a thing where they're very uncomfortable with dogs.
Yeah.
And
So he's going to like cover like Medea's like wrist as he like pulls the weaving away so that it doesn't get disturbed, and then he's going to very slowly indicate to the wolves, and he's just moving very slowly, very calmly. He's not like he's used to like not necessarily waking someone up if you're not being detected, and so that is his goal as he's trying to decide if it's time to wake the group or not.
Can I make a
Since they just
history
seem to
check?
be walking by.
I'm sorry, you both spoke. Charlie, what you said something?
They seem to just be like patrolling, not that they've detected them, they're just patrolling.
They don't seem to have honed in on your building specifically. They're looking about, sniffing and smelling as though they are patrolling about. You're not sure if this is a nightly occurrence, if they're looking for something in particular, but they do seem to be kind of looking about.
Can I make a history check about local legends like the thing we see?
You can make a history check. It wouldn't be about local legends.
Or about Wolfman beast. Or in this
You can make a history check.
Like...
It wouldn't be about that.
Okay.
I'm just going to tell you that flat out. And it's going to be very
No
difficult.
left. Just a 5. Just nothing better.
No, you're not sure. It's clearly a malevolent creature. It does not look pleasant. But
Medea
you're not sure exactly what this thing is.
Medea now firmly believes this is a werewolf.
It doesn't. I will just tell you, it looks like a wolf. From everything, even your meager knowledge, werewolves don't generally walk on all fours. They tend to stand upright and be a little bit more humanoid looking.
Okay. You will look to Sulveran and gesture back to the group.
About how many feet like were they on this current street?
Yeah, they're not close to you when you first see them. They do pass close-ish to the house, 100 feet or so. They're patrolling main thoroughfares. You are on a little bit of a cider street, of a more off to the side street rather.
All right, and then just mechanically, interrupting everyone's rest, like it can be done as long as it's not like a full like they battle or anything. That doesn't just like waking them doesn't
Waking
negate the
them
long
wouldn't
rest.
immediately stop the long rest. It can be interrupted unless they do combat or something like that. The two of you have, technically speaking, already completed a long rest.
So yeah, he is going to
Oh, we've done a long rest. Okay.
Yeah, because the other two watches were 4 hours each, so you've already slept 8 hours.
yeah. I think he is just going to nod over at Will, and actually he's going to nod over at Uba, and he is going to wake Uba first and explain what he's seen and ask if they're familiar with the creature. And it's just like a courtesy thing. He's trying not to wake everyone at once, but he won't stop Medea if they do.
Can Upa roll a nature check to see if they've like
You can
heard
roll.
of these creatures before?
Yeah.
Meh.
This is no creature of nature that you've ever heard of. It sounds more like a monster, a demon of some kind in wolf form.
Yeah, I'm sure Upa would have encountered wolves before. So they say, like, based on what you've described, that doesn't sound like any wolf I've ever heard of. Sounds more like a monster.
So more do we want to lay low?
Yeah, so when Uba's got not a lot, he's going to then turn and wake Will and the rest, just very gently letting them know what's going on, that the creatures are passing by. Perhaps they come back. We will finish our part of the watch. If you are comfortable resting still, you might get what rest you can.
Can I make an Arcana check
Yes, you may.
about these creatures?
The funny thing is, this is not that hard to check.
Oh yeah, we're just all sucking. But
Anyway.
this is what Will is for.
You've read about these creatures. You've heard of them. From everything you've been told, they've moved on a little bit. But these sound like hellhounds. Demonic dog creatures, which often serve other beings as guard dogs. They can breathe fire. They are more intelligent than your normal dog, although they can't themselves speak. And their bite itself burns.
Will does not sleep. Will does not sleep very deeply, but also doesn't really appreciate being woken up after taking the middle watch, which is like an unpleasant one. It's like, it sounds probably like it's some kind of demonic dog that demons would have. Like a commonly known dog of demons, or like from where they're from, like some kind of hound of hell, and then go back to sleep. Like they passed away, like they passed on. Alveron did a great job securing the place. We should sleep. We knew there were things here. And Will has there's like no admonishment for Medea in Will's words. Will's like, Medea's fine. But there is a little bit of disappointment at Sulveran being like, you'd wake a whole tribe because things passed by? That's weird. It's a weird choice.
He just looks and he says, does she say specifically tribe?
No, it's just it's all conveyed through tone of voice in a language that isn't Sulveran's first language.
Sulveran just shrugs it around. I would not want to sleep right now, and wakes. But it's almost like Smug, like, yeah, I know I took the last watch. I didn't choose this. You did. And he just walks back to this watch. And he's a little bit more sketched now, so he is very, very. He's not helping with Medea's weaving anymore.
I think Uba will actually stay up because their hunter instincts are kind of kicking in. The idea of they've fought wolves before, so fighting a hellhound actually sounds pretty cool. So they're gonna, assuming that they've done their long rest, they're gonna stay up.
If you stayed up, you would still get the effects. You've rested. You've slept enough. As long as you don't enter combat, you'll be fine.
Okay, yeah. Uba is staring out the window, looking for the wolves or the hellhounds to
The
come.
hellhounds pass by once more, but they seem to lope by without much thought, as though they know that they've passed through this area and checked it, and they did not detect anything. They're on their way back to wherever they came from. You observe them, and eventually they disappear, heading off to the north.
You give an animal intelligence and you give it complacency. That's sad.
The rest of the
I want to know.
night passes.
I want to know how Alveron secured our place against scent checks. Like,
You can cover scent with like stuff.
yeah.
Listen.
100 foot of a wolf. I want to know, like.
I'm trying to think of something in character, but honest to God, it probably all comes down to sailors are stinky as shit. And I just kind of banked on the fact that none of y'all motherfuckers had a shower in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, that was my thinking.
Speaking of that, is there like in the upstairs area? Are there like still standing private rooms? Like that we could at least go get changed in rather than getting changed in front of the entire group.
Yes, it's not like a one-room floor. There are separate rooms. Doors, however, are broken. But you could, don't go in here. I'm going to be doing something, and then move into this separate room.
Stay out of this room.
Yeah, you actually think that this was probably a family home. There's evidence of a couple beds. What was probably once a parent's home and maybe their child.
Yeah, so Will, when going to get changed, because Will is tired of wearing these desert clothes. Once she's in a city, she's going to wear her coat again. And switches to like a slightly lighter, like she has a fine undershirt that she would normally wear, but she'll also strap her spell cloth to her arm.
Mm-hmm.
So she probably gets Keller to help the first time. Well, she's probably tried it before, but like this time gets Keller to help and like anchors it to the top of her shoulder with a wrap and like ties it in there and then wraps it all the way down her arm and then has it like the hole that she sewed into it like sits over her middle finger. And like it's so heavy for Will to carry this silk around that arm, but she's gonna get used to it eventually.
All right.
And
sorry, go ahead.
Then while everyone is like preparing in the morning and doing their spell preparations and stuff, and whatever morning rituals people have, I'd like to go and investigate this house for like potentially hidden areas that the family that lived here might have kept valuables in.
Okay, go ahead and make an investigation check.
I'll go with Will, and I'll if that's all right, I'll am I able to assist? Do you need proficiency to assist in a roll?
You do need proficiency.
Alright, what's your roll you're making, Will?
+7.
No, sorry, what's the skill? Investigation? Yeah. Sorry, okay. Never mind then. I apologize.
It's alright. We'll still probably ask Keller and Alveron to come since everybody else is doing a morning. I don't know what religious things you all get up to, and Uber's eating all of the meat.
I can throw advantage your way if you wait.
It's alright. It's not like a big thing. Not
okay.
Overly fast.
Yeah, and make sure you click your long rest and stuff. You search about.
Andrew getting a book is a good sign.
Mm-hmm.
You take 87 d10s worth of necrotic damage.
Okay. Okay. You search around, you find a small you kind of move some of the broken furniture here and there, and you find a sort of there is decoration on the house, reliefs here and there, and not scroll work, but molding here and there. And you find a spot where the molding doesn't quite look right to you, and you kind of press down on it, and it reveals a small hidey hole, inside of which you manage to find 38 gold pieces, 6 platinum, and a small turquoise. Presumably this family's little savings, which they no longer have any use for.
I think when Will finds it and doesn't find anything particularly interesting in it, turns to Alveron and says, maybe it's best stay buried as a memorial to the family that maybe didn't make it out of here. And also to Keller, since I realized Sean was not there.
That's it. Okay, that sounds heroic.
Will sees Alveron nod and says, all right, and puts it all back.
You put it back, you close up this hidden area.
Why did I write that down in permanent pen instead of pencil? If I had already thought to do that.
Right.
And then I guess once everybody's ready and like we're doing probably eating, last to
having some breakfast.
The last thing, and says, Will says, so I thought potentially today we could look around the outside of the city. There's some temples, a wizard's tower. We could maybe find an artisan's quarter. We need to find out how many demons there are here. If it's just a handful and they're hellhounds, maybe we can deal with that. If we find that there's a force of hundreds, then we won't be able to achieve the second part of our mission. Unless they're spread out across the whole city.
Andrew, would I know if demons traditionally cooperate in big groups like that?
I mean, demons have had armies, yeah.
How would you go about scouting? Send 1 or 2 people around, or
No, I think we should probably pick the destination. We can maybe look from the Uber can check from the roof of this house. Then we can pass without a trace to try and get through unseen, move to the next spot, see where we get to from there. And if we have to rest at the next place and we don't come back here, that's probably better to be moving around rather than constantly staying in the same spot every evening. Also, we know hellhounds patrol near here.
Choose to, so you guys have some idea of, or I know I kind of described it earlier, but to give you more specifics. So you guys are kind of in the southern portion of the city where the oasis is not all one big continuous like lake. It's like a larger area here where the palace is, that on an island. Some like rivers and again canals which kind of filter out. You guys are around another bigger pool, bigger part of the oasis. and there are a couple more pools like that here and there. So you could either go off to the right, which will take you kind of to the eastern part of the city, where you saw some larger buildings, one of which Ort said looked like a temple, one of which looked like some kind of amphitheater, maybe an arena, maybe a theater. From the distance that you saw it on the ridge, it wasn't clear, but you could see the large building, the sort of half circle. Off to the left, in the opposite direction, there was what seemed to be more housing, a large square building about 5 stories in height, which seemed to stand apart from everything, as though it had some importance, although from the distance its function was not immediately apparent to you. If you keep going around to the left, you'll eventually hit the large tower, and what seems to be some aqueducts and various things, which would be at the north. Likewise, if you went past the theater, you would eventually wind up at the same spot. There are 4 bridges leading to the palace. 3 are out. The only one which is currently seems crossable is the northernmost one. The others are fallen at various points. You could still swim across if you wanted to, although you're going to be moving slower and be a lot more visible. If you want to cross by land, that would be your only option.
So we can head right through the temples. We can head left towards that big blocky building. Who knows what that is? But either way, no matter what we're doing here, we have to go to the northern section to get to the palace anyway. Or we could just leave.
I think it was going to pipe up and say, it'd be a shame that we went through that whole sandstorm just to turn around and leave. I think that maybe if we went to the right to the temples, we might find some things that could help us if we run into bigger groups of demons.
Temples might still be howling.
That's true.
And if anyone left any messages or knowledge about what happened, I think the temple might be a good place to look to.
Andrew, can I make a roll to know like which gods would have predominantly been worshipped here? Either religion or history?
That would be a history check more than a religion check, I think.
Give you advantage.
I don't think Will asked about it, but I also didn't need advantage.
Okay.
Yeah,
Nice.
like if Will's asking the whole group, then I'm happy to take the advantage, but otherwise I just get advantage on everything. I like not knowing stuff sometimes.
Yes, so you would know that all the normal Imrisian pantheon was worshipped here. There should be, from what you know of earlier Elcar history, larger temples to. Well, there should be a large temple to Parador here, from what you are aware, as well as Sil. Give you the best answer. You know that there should be a temple to Alamein here of some size. And there are probably temples to the rest of the gods, but those you think would be the 3 biggest. You know that Alcarndar was said to be beloved of both Parador and Sil, and that the queen of Tal'Losinan, Niniel, was favored by Alamein.
Sorry, I just have to work out how to like that. Will says also the temples of if my memory serves correctly, the El Carinda worshipped or was beloved, and will air quotes beloved, of Peridor and Sil, and his queen Niniel was a worshipper of Alamein. So those temples will be prevalent. Temple of Sil is not necessarily is Andrew is Sil the god of secrets.
Yeah, God of the Moon,
Temple of Sil.
mystery, beauty, love.
Temple of Sil is potentially not the easiest thing for non very intelligent demons to access. She guards her secrets. There's also probably temples other places. There'll be one to Cordal, and we'll look at Ord.
I imagine so. I didn't see one, but we weren't that close.
Could be a smaller temple with maybe some underground area. Who knows? But it's not a bad idea, Uber. That certainly, if we're going to find anything here to help us with the demons, the temples are a good choice.
Uber looks very proud that they came up with a smart idea.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think at the mention of Sil, and to a lesser extent Parador, Sulveran nods. That might be interesting and, more importantly, purposeful.
There might not be a temple to Similis here. Will says that Alveron.
Alveron just kind of looks over the vast expanse of desert, looks down at his own kind of religious symbol, looks back up at Will and just goes, "You know, I put that one together to myself."
Will smiles. Says, all right. Well, that's my suggestion. We'll head to the temples, then round to the north. Maybe if we find somewhere safe to stay in the temple district, we stay another day there. Our friend Ord here can create us some delicious, well, maybe not delicious, but some food and some water, so we don't need to go through our rations if we get through the day with our resources intact.
Sulveran just stands up without further discussion to start following.
As we go through the city, I don't know what I would need to do or roll for this, but can Uba just kind of keep their eyes peeled for any type of like small game or anything, just to maybe help with the ration situation? I don't know.
Yeah,
if
that would
there
be
will anything.
that would be a survival check for sure.
And before we go, we'll ask Uber to cast Pass without a trace.
Okay. Do you want me to roll a survival check to keep my eyes peeled for food?
Yes, please do so.
Okay.
We'll just know that you. Yes.
Mediocre. Let me do the pass without a trace.
Yeah, as you are walking, you spot very little life. There are insects here and there. There has to be for the plants and various other things. But larger creatures, you see very little sign of. Then, it's definitely not like this place has been completely abandoned. You see some signs of things having moved through here at various times. There's, the roads aren't covered over with dirt, although it probably helps that, again, the storm is kind of keeping, the sandstorm is kind of keeping a lot of that outside of the city. But you don't think that nobody's walked here since it was abandoned. I kind of typed out as best I could a layout of what I was talking about. And I'm adding a little bit more detail as well. If that makes you change your mind, let me know. I don't think it will. Around I didn't format quite. Well, the topmost one is supposed to be above the palace. off to the left, but I think it's just the way Discord is outputting things. The large square building surrounding it seems like homes and also probably artisans' quarters, just based off of what the roofs looks like. There's a lot of chimneys and various other things there. The top in front of the palace has large buildings that kind of look like villas to you, large open squares like forums. So I've marked it as kind of quote unquote luxury. There's the tower, the amphitheater, the temple, you at the bottom. So
we
I'm
might
very clear about where stuff is.
we might get to the north and then head back around to the large square building to get the best idea, because we need to find information about what demonic forces exist here. So maybe the large building's the best place to do that.
Heading off to the temples, you all go around kind of passing across empty streets, careful, keeping a lookout for anything. You feel very protected by Pass Without a Trace, but can everybody make me, we're going to do group stealth check, so everybody make me a stealth check, and I will keep in mind how many successes and failures we have and how bad.
All right.
25, 18, 22, 28.
Pass Without a Trace is just so effective.
It's pretty great. Like, or should have to.
Even at 13 isn't that bad, though, you know?
Okay. So the lowest...
Oh, wait, doesn't Kella have to make one?
Yeah, technically.
Can I roll for Kella?
Sure, it's +4.
And this kid.
Are kids not proficient in stealth?
The first thing we taught her was stealth. Maybe
Well,
it picked up really well.
One, they're level
34.
0.
Yeah.
So their proficiency
30.
bonus would be +1.
That's a
30.
33 for Kella.
Just outstrips all of you. I mean, they're a child. They're also used to, like, you know, hunting small game and various other things.
How good is Will as a teacher? Teaches a kid stealth, 33 on the first real necessary stealth roll.
So the lowest is a 13, right? And then 1.
Yeah.
Okay, but overall, very good. Sulveran, even with the sound dampening, your chainmail is kind of loud, and you're big and, you know, not the most hideable in these open thoroughfares. You try to kind of like dash from building to building, mirroring what Alveron and Calandra and Uba and Will are doing, but you're not quite able to replicate it to the same degree. You kind of stick out a little bit. But you guys are able to make your way without setting off any alarms, as far as you can tell. You cross around.
I think at one point he probably just straight thumps himself on a door jamb or something. It's full stormtrooper clunk.
You cross around to the right, crossing a couple small bridges here and there across these little canals, channels, streams, whatever you want to call them, passing by many different buildings. At one point, this city was well lived in. You can see what looks like market squares, old houses, what probably at one point were inns and taverns and merchants, businesses, all kinds of different things, now sitting empty for a long time. Despite that there's not too much damage, like the city wasn't laid to siege per se, it does seem to have been somewhat ransacked. Most of the doors are missing, and you don't think from the natural wear and tear, it seems more like a lot of them were ripped off, because you can find fragments of them nearby. You see ripped hinges, that kind of thing. Stalls which have been broken and their things overturned. Ancient cloths still slightly flapping in the wind as they are slowly dissipating or evaporating slowly, chunks of them being ripped off here and there by the long passage of time. Eventually you come around to what seems to be a section where there are several temples. Sulveran and Ort, as well as Medea, I will say, probably will. Most of you will be able to quickly tell. One of the largest one here seems to be dedicated to Parador and Syl. There is one to every other god except for Alamein in this area. Most of the rest of them are a bit smaller. The one to Cordal is actually fairly sizable. It's just not quite as big as that. There doesn't seem to be anything about, but you do note that a lot of the symbols have been defaced. They're recognizable to all of you, or to many of you, because you're trained in this, but they have been marred, broken, statues knocked down, heads, or statues beheaded, kind of thing.
Do the doors remain closed?
No, most of the doors are open if they ever had doors.
Do they? Does there look to be any obvious sign of like damage with the doors open inside the buildings?
You'd have to go in to really see because of the light differential and everything like that. They're all up on steps. So if you want to approach a particular one, you will let me know and I'll tell you what it looks like.
I think we should probably Medea will gesture to the one to Syl first, since that's the one Will said might still be hiding stuff.
Will kind of looks and nods for a second and then turns to Ort and says, unless Cordal's a better choice, given that Ort is very, I assume we'll be able to tell very quickly if there's anything in that temple that potentially we could use, whereas none of us have quite that connection to Syl, and I'm not sure what we'd get from the Temple of Morden anyway.
If there are any secrets left in this temple to Cordal, then I should be able to find them, given some time.
Will turns back to Medea and says, you can decide whether we do go into the temple to Syl first, or maybe we go hole up in the Temple of Cordal while Ort looks around.
Fine with either. If Ort's more comfortable with Cordal, I think that's where we should go.
As soon as Medea cedes the option that Will had given, Will says, well, let's go to check out Cordal's temple then. Also, maybe weapons that the demons couldn't move.
Yes, it is very possible. All right, follow
Does
me.
Cordal keep large reserves of holy water in his temples?
No more than any other temple. There's usually some holy water to be found. Although they've sit this long, I'm not sure that we will find much at the moment.
Out of character, what is Cordal the god of?
Cordal is the god of the forge. Cordal is the god of the forge.
I think
but
surely Ort just bursts into this explanation of Cordal as we walk through this temple doors anyway.
Unprompted. Cordal is the god of the forge, but more broadly, they're kind of the god of craftsmen and kind of invention, making things, so to speak. So even though they're often very associated with blacksmiths and dwarves and like metalwork, they're also the god of masons and for those who would pray to Cordal instead of somebody else, weavers,
Books,
bakers, all kinds of other people. Although some of those trades prefer to pray to, say, Quran, the god of commerce. But
they also make, like, it's a weapon of religion of life, right? That's a part of it.
Well, they're blacksmiths, so yeah, they definitely make weapons. Anything that is made by mortal hands falls under Cordal's domain.
Is my memory correct that there isn't a god specifically tied to war in Imris?
There's Calderon. Isn't there?
Alveron is known as the god of war, but it's kind of the various different aspects of war are kind of split. Alveron's the god of war in that they're the god of contest, of physical struggle, but that can also mean more like games of athleticism. And of course, some would also, say that Rain is a god of war. That war is murder. So it's kind of that's an iffy thing. Calderon has that title, but they're spread out a lot. And of course, there isn't a lot of war that doesn't involve weapons that are made by people.
Calderon's the god of jobs.
Yeah, I mean that's not inaccurate. It's sort of the platonic, you
Ideal
have
of
to
struggle.
build your body kind of thing. Every person should see themselves at their physical best.
Yeah, very like platonic. Yeah, you meant it literally platonic.
Yeah, exactly. So Ort will begin to, as much as they can, stealth up. You can tell that they're very excited. Like, right. Look about.
I will as they're about to step over the threshold into a temple of their god that nobody has seen for countless years, point that out to them to give them bardic inspiration.
This is a very good moment.
I
will savor this. And he's gonna peek in, take a look about,
and Hort's head explodes. Playing Squid Game now.
Nothing seems to happen. He'll kind of wave you in. I don't see anything. It seems like it's all clear. He'll kind of lead you all in. You can see that it's a rectangular building, much like the outside. It seems that this temple was not untouched by the demons. The figure of Cordal is crashed down. Their hammer lies broken at the steps of their large statue here. You see spots, alcoves where objects would have sat, probably, particularly fine examples of craftsmanship, or tools to be made, that kind of thing. Those have been removed and they lie empty. Zort looks about, somewhat disappointed. He says, "Well, I suppose that's to be expected. If one of you wouldn't mind, I'll begin trying to locate any hidden passages and secret stashes that have been left behind." And he's going to roll investigation if somebody wants to give him advantage.
I'll give him advantage, yeah. Also use Divine Sense to make sure the temple still consecrated.
He'll also use the bardic. 19. Okay.
Wait, he has a -2 to int?
Yeah, Ort is dumb.
Jeez.
He's just very wise.
He's clearly an idiot.
Okay. Yeah, is the temple still consecrated, by the way?
No, it hasn't been maintained, you don't think, and clearly demons have been in here.
Okay.
The consecration was probably overthrown and all these symbols and various other things were destroyed. Ort will begin to look about. He says, there should be some... It should be here. And Medea, you're like, I think you're looking for that. He says, thank you. And he'll, like, put his hand on something and where a handle of a hammer would have been carved into the wall, put his hand there and he'll say, Cordal, a servant beseeches you to reveal the secrets. Open. And you the walls begin to part, and stairs appear below, heading into a dark passageway.
I
He
think
says,
Sulveran actually is very much tilting his head, kind of paying attention to his invocation for Kodal. He's kind of he's probably noticing at this juncture how formal that was.
Yeah, how most people talk to their gods.
yeah,
And Will looks
Uh,
at Sulveran just
But I know if there's if Cordal or Scylla's part of their worship like to build secret passages in places. Like to both gods, it's considered not like worship, but it's just practice.
still definitely. Cordal, it's like anything that is inventive or might be useful that you can make is certainly could be considered part of worship, and it also just makes sense. Cordal is not a god of
if you're building a
not
mundane
sensible
passageway,
things.
you're getting a god of Cordal to build it for you anyway. Like a cleric of Cordal is the person building that secret passage most of the time.
He says, many temples have these things. Oftentimes they're used to store relics that are too important to just be kept out in the open, but they can also be used as hideaways in case of danger.
Can you close it when we go down?
Behind us, yes.
Not much safer than that.
He will cast a light in his hand. Follow me. He'll begin to head down. Following him, you all kind of pass down a couple flights of stairs till you are at what seems to be a hidden kind of craftsman workshop. There are unlit forges, bellows, what seems to be intricate glassworks, a table with weaver's tools. This is a very large chamber. It's, maybe 15 feet tall, up to the ceiling, probably about 150 by 150. Like it's a really large chamber. There's lots of stuff in here. All of the tools seem abandoned, untouched in many years. But there are various things here, and Ort will begin saying, I'm gonna go look about. Various things. He's like, well, they left a lot of stuff here. I don't think they really. Maybe they were hoping to come back. There's some metal. Oh, AC. This is good steel. Usually they keep things special underneath the forge in a special spot. Reach in and my arms are short. Pull out a bar and say, tap on it. Ding. This is the good stuff. Mithril. Set one bar down. They're probably saving it for something special. Fortunately, it's sat here all these years. He'll reach in again and pull out another bar. The third one. It seems to be all that's down there. 3 bars of mithril isn't nothing to sneeze at, though.
How much would that make?
It's a sizable amount. You couldn't make like plate mail, but you could easily make a pair of swords or similar sized weapons. Maybe some chain mail. Maybe not a full set of chain mail, but like a chain shirt or something.
While Odd's doing that, unless we're going to stop now because it's about the time that we should
Probably
stop.
gonna wrap soon.
We'll go look at the other stuff that's around, like the weaver's tools and things.
Yeah, they're very nice tools. They're superior to your own if you wanted to switch them out.
I don't have weaver's tools.
Can I switch my weaver's tools out?
Yeah, it's from here.
Yeah.
Or will then, after pulling out these mithril bars, if there's any special weapons here, they'll be in this chamber, and he'll like open up another alcove. I'll look about and say, well, they probably took some of them with them when the fighting happened, but there's still a couple here. Wave you all
Yeah, I'll
over.
go look
Any
at
javelins?
fancy weapons.
I'll look about. I'll say, yeah, here's a couple javelins. I'll hold them out. They're long redwood shafts, what seems to be very fine steel carved. You don't think that they're magical, but they are very, very nice.
Mhm.
He'll pull out a couple of swords. He'll say, these are made of adamantine. He'll put them down on a table. That stuff hits hard. He'll pull out, here's some chainmail. Mithril. Set it down. Seems like they took most of the rest with them. There's a couple of short swords here, steel. Ooh, a very fine dagger. Uba, you might enjoy such a thing. So all told, he'll pull out 3 long swords. 2 of them are made of adamantine. 1 of them is steel, although again very finely crafted. Something that could be enchanted, although it doesn't seem to be at the moment. Set of mithril chainmail. 3, I think I said 2, but there's actually 3 javelins. Very finely crafted. To look about and say, yeah, I imagine most of the rest was used in the fighting. You can see that there's like wooden, not dummies, but mannequins, like racks where armor would have been placed on, racks for other weapons. Say, oh well, there's these bows though. Yeah. There you go, Elkarn bows.
The javelins made out of steel, you said?
Yeah, they're made out of steel. They're javelins.
Okay.
They're not enchanted or magical anyway.
Does an adamantine longsword make it dexterity based? Does it give finesse for no reason?
It does not. What it does is it increases the crit range on those weapons by 1.
It's also automatic crit against objects, right?
Yeah, they do double damage against object.
They're very good at cutting through, like, on that.
Cut through stone with these.
For anything that people don't want, Will just opens a bag of holding to put the stuff in there.
The adamantine words.
None of this is good for Will.
What did you say the dagger was made out of?
I didn't. If you open it up, it does appear to be a mithril dagger.
Oh. Does mithril give any benefits to weapons?
It makes them easier to enchant. It's the main benefit, but for a dagger, it wouldn't do much help. However, for the chainmail, it would make it so that it doesn't impose disadvantage on stealth.
Chainmail medium.
Chainmail is
It's
heavy.
Okay.
Chain shirt is medium. If it were a chain shirt, it would let you. It would increase the maximum dexterity modifier by 1.
Yeah. Well, literally nothing here Will can even really pick up. Also, you all notice that Will's left arm is far less mobile than it might normally be because it looks a little bit chunkier as well. Like she's carrying a weight.
Let's see. I think that Sulveran is looking at that chainmail, but he's just also kind of tapping his fingers on his own bone mail, and he's not quite making a move to pick it up. But it is the only thing he's really looking at because he has no interest in swords or daggers.
They're the least weapon hungry party I've ever seen. A room full of weapons? Who cares?
I think Upa would go for that dagger for sure if no one else does. I don't think anyone else uses a dagger.
No.
With the right enchantment, Will would use a dagger, but I currently do have a rapier. Oh no.
Wait. Was the mithril enough to make a shield out of? By the way,
A what?
like a shield, the mithril bars.
Oh yeah, you could make a shield out of it.
Okay.
What would happen if you studded leather with mithril?
It wouldn't have that much an effect because the metal is not doing that much there.
Would it make it
Uh,
easier to enchant?
It would make it easier to enchant, and it would make it a little bit lighter, not a lot.
Okay.
Would it affect the dex mod?
No, because it's already infinite.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, it's already full, isn't it? Yeah.
No other questions.
Mithril is best
Would it
for
let-
medium armor.
Would
most
it
part,
let you
and
cast
get
mage
rid of
armor
stealth.
as if you weren't wearing armor?
Well, it would let you cast mage armor and use mage armor normally.
Yeah. Worth it.
I mean, mage armor
yeah,
is still better, so.
Yep.
I'll grab the adamantine and the 3 javelins. Do the 3 javelins have any alternate effects from normal ones?
They're very fine.
It's just
You
good.
wanted to sell it. I mean, they're artifacts as well, so simply the fact that you found them here and the make and everything means that you could probably sell them as art objects. And that's true for any of this stuff.
Would they be considered easier to enchant as well since they're so finely crafted?
Yeah, that's true.
Can I look around for anything secret?
Yes, go ahead and make an investigation.
Actually, no. I'll ask Ord what the chances are of there being even more secret things in this room.
Pretty good. I mean, these are the obvious things that most temples have. There could certainly be other hidden places which are more unique to this particular temple. Places where they store the gems that they used for jewelry, perhaps enchanted items, which were placed in more secret location, as they are more valuable after all.
All right. Yeah, I'll just wander around, kind of looking for any imperfections and stuff.
Do you want advantage on this, or does Will ask at all?
I mean, Will asked publicly.
Okay. Yeah, I'll help you look around.
I might ask Alveron a little bit less publicly if he has any thieves' tools that I could borrow.
So, yes, I do. You're saying you just want use of them? You don't need me to do
Yeah.
anything? Kind of want to take the pack and walk off real quick?
Yeah, so if I find anything that they might aid in opening around the room instead of having to take a break from my focus to come back and ask.
Alveron has no issue. Goes into the false pocket of his jerkin and pulls out a small leather satchel and just kind of slips it out, hands it over. Doesn't even think twice about it. So you need? Oh yeah, sure.
I have rolled a 21 for investigation.
Okay. As you begin to look about, you do see that there is a spot which seems to be kind of looking around. You take a particular note of the forge and kind of where Orp was looking below, but you kind of look around it, and you see a spot where at first you think it's like an imperfection, but then you're like, well, no, there couldn't be an imperfection here. That wouldn't make sense. They would make a new one. And you kind of like reach down, touch it, and you kind of push in, and you hear it click, and then part of the wall moves to reveal yet another chamber, which has several tables, a number of different kinds of items. The specifics of which I will tell you next session.
Wait,
This is
are any of them
our ending
locked?
time.
That's the important thing from this distance, because Will give the talk.
You'll find out next time.
Ah, I roll these tools at +8, so I think Will just wants to try them because
Okay.
Will has a purely theoretical.
Well, I'll have you roll at the top of next session. We're already 10 minutes over, so I don't want to keep going too long. Thanks everybody for playing. I had fun as always. I'm excited for the next couple sessions. I imagine we're going to be doing the city for at least 2 more sessions, but maybe more, maybe less if you guys run into something and decide to run.
I already committed to calling this part 1 of the Lost City. That means we're going to get to part 4. I like it.
Maybe.
There we go.
We'll see. It'll certainly make naming things easier.
We're going to move in. It
Thanks,
is
everybody.
actually now.
This is your new home. Hey, I mean, I'm not going to
Yeah.
stop you. Thanks
Real
everybody
estate
for
is cheap
playing
here.
on my birthday. We're going to do some stuff
Thank
in
you
a
for
bit.
running it on your birthday.
Yeah, well, this
Yeah,
is my
thanks for
birthday present
thanks
to
for
me.
spending your birthday with us. This is cool.
Happy
Yeah.
birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, MJ.
All right.
I'd call you an old man, but that would just make me feel older. So
Mhm.
Don't let it get into your head. Don't have too good of a birthday.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and stop the stream. Thanks for everybody who came out and watched, and we'll hope to see you next week.